Come on. There it is. How are you today? Did you? Yeah. It's crazy. Huh? Yeah, I'll make all kinds of crazy stuff. We're here.
You pray to Lincoln tonight. Deviant, make sure you pray to Lincoln tonight. Deviant, make sure you pray to Lincoln tonight. Deviant, make sure you pray to. Holy moly!
Oh. That's funny. Yeah, that's a couple of you saying that. That was funny. We see that.
It was funny. Wow.
How's your day been?
Do you know what pics you sent to me in Messenger?
Yeah.
It's the one. It's not the. I didn't wear glasses when I was younger. I only wear them now to read. That's why you see me online, so I can read, with glasses. But I don't need glasses to see normal, just to read. Anyway, the one that you sent me 2 pics without glasses. If you put them up, I'll tell you which one that made me go, wow. It was so close.
Wow. That's crazy.
Oh, wait, I gotta blow that up. No, it's the other. Well, no, wait. That's it. That's scary, man. That is scary.
Wow.
That was that looks like me about 13 years old.
Wow.
Between 13 and 16, somewhere in there. I'd have
What
to pull
if
it. Go ahead.
What if it is you?
Ooh. That's pretty amazing, though.
Wow. Oh, guess who's else is here?
Oh, Mr. Claude.
Oh, Fartro, what is your announcement, please? Pretty please.
I am traveling to Australia, Claude. I'm kidding.
Are you becoming a Buddhist?
I'm starting a Claude sect.
Oh no. Wow, does that look anything like you as a kid?
Well, let me look. That's the other one. Wait, let me blow it up. Nah, the first one you put up. I mean, that one kind of looked like me, but the one before that.
This one?
Let me look. Yeah. That's scary, man.
Wow.
Take an old man's face like mine and know what I looked like when I was younger.
Wow. Do I sound like Logan?
The Claude Church.
Oh yeah. Do you heard about Brad King took down 3 videos of Mark?
You mean he copyrighted them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, Oh, yesterday I had AJ came on, Aiden came on.
I know. I'm in the chat at your show.
Oh yeah, and
I
Lupin.
always at least try to make the chat in your shows, Logan.
Thank you. Lupin was on here too.
Oh, I might have been out then. So.
Oh, Faithful.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm well. Who else is here? I'm driving. I can't see.
Father Charles and Claude.
One of the PGs here, Father Charles.
Well,
that's his big announcement. He became a PG.
Back in my day, PGs were pregnant girls.
Me too. I mean, back in my day. No, I meant back in my day too.
Oh, all right.
Our generations sort of intersect each other, Faithful.
Well, in some areas.
Yeah.
In some areas.
Yeah, back in my day.
I see where Claude was asking for your big announcement. I think the big announcement is there's not going to be a big announcement if you're wise.
Yeah.
Seriously, if you're wise, I would not make a big announcement.
Right.
Because you could live to regret that, because you might have to back up on it, and then people could say you're flip-flopping. Or haven't got your mind made up, or you don't know what you're doing, or that you're half crazy or something. So why don't you just make the announcement that the big announcement is no announcement?
Well, I've always been half crazy and never serious about anything. So.
That's half crazy. I can go for. Never serious about anything. Are you telling the truth?
No.
Okay. Well, that better not be, because there are some things you had to be serious about.
I'm just joking about not being serious.
Well, I understand, but for those of you, those that might be listening that don't understand that there are some things that you have to be serious about. One is your marriage to your spouse. The other is raising your kids, but primary to that is your dedication to who Jesus is. So, I just want everybody to know that you are serious about some things.
Yeah, some things. My children think I'm the funniest man that's ever lived, though. So.
Well, all they have to do is take a look at your pictures, and they would know that.
Did you see that picture Logan put up? The AI did of me.
Yeah, and you know what?
Oh my God, that's scary. That's scary, Faithful. Pretty close.
Why? Because were you actually cute back then?
Yeah, I actually was.
Yeah. Well, I could see where AI probably did a good job on that. I mean, I really can.
Is that crazy?
We all grow out of our cuteness, don't we?
Speak for yourself, John.
Charles, what if they made a machine that can make you 20 again?
Make me what?
20 years old.
Oh, I'd go for it. I could live a couple of these lives I've lived.
Oh my goodness! If I went back, I would never want to go back. I would never want to go back in time and relive it.
No, you want to travel back in time. You just reverse your aging back to being 20 again.
I've already done that. Look, and I've already done that. I'm 24.
Oh. I like to be 20 again. I'm old now.
Well, Logan, just be 20.
Well, actually, if I could go back, it'd be 28. At least I gained some knowledge of what I was doing by 28.
Well, then go back to 20. Then be 28. Listen, I want to tell you something. If a man can be a woman, and if a woman can be a man, and if people can insist that they're cats and have litter boxes in the restrooms of schools, you can certainly be 28 or whatever age what Logan said you wanted to be.
Well, yeah, I would definitely identify as a 28-year-old.
Well, you know what? I could see that right now.
I've seen a case a guy in Canada left his family to get adopted as
That
a
he
little
did what?
girl. He got adopted as a little girl.
Oh,
I can imagine Aiden doing
I don't know.
that.
That would have to be an alternate universe.
But in real life, there's an actual guy who did that, who left his family to get adopted as a
Faithful,
little
can't you
girl.
see we are living in an alternate universe in this day and age?
Well, you know
That's
what?
cool.
That's alternate to what? Alternate to reality?
Right.
Yeah.
Then you would have to define reality. Would you mind defining that? You said right, so now you get to define reality. And no, I'm not taking you down 95. We've already been on that trip.
Well, if we keep going the way we're going, everyone will have their own reality. So,
Well, there is only one reality, though. Is that not correct?
right.
Okay. And do you want to define what that reality is for all those that live in alternate realities? Or do you not want to go into that? And that
I don't
would
want
be
to get.
right.
You can define it.
Reality is where I live and move and have my being.
Right from Paul. Cool.
Huh?
I said right from the one of the books of Paul, Romans, I believe.
There you go. See, I didn't even have to say what it was. Everybody'd have to look it up. I love you, Chuck. Logan, I love you. You got. I just really like you guys.
We love you too, Faithful.
I thank you. I think you put up with me well. Sometimes.
We clash sometimes, but that's life. That's life. That's life.
I know Charles' big
I think
announcement
Chuck's
is.
big announcement is that he's not going to make a big announcement because if he did, he would wind up having to eat his words.
I know his big announcement. I know his big announcement. I know his big
You know his big
announcement.
Do you think he ought not
Yeah.
make it? And he ought to keep it to himself? Huh?
No.
You think he ought to tell people or just not say anything?
Both.
He ought to keep it to himself and not say anything. Good for you.
No, not keep it himself and not say anything.
How can he do that unless he was in an alternate universe like yours? To not keep it to himself and to say something means that he would have to be in two different worlds at one time.
I felt that way at times.
I can understand that. Hey, listen, I've listened to you. I know you felt like that at times.
Claude, Skylar has been ranting about Mark again, so he had to go check up on his personal protection order.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because Skylar's going back ranting again.
Yep.
I think the ladybugs are telling him to go crazy again.
Yeah, well, they don't have to tell him. I think he kind of went off a deep end without having ladybots.
Yeah, what do you think, Fire Charles?
What can I say? Skylar needs help. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
But Fire Charles.
Yeah.
Is it an announcement that you become a Buddhist?
Man, Logan, how'd you know? I'm kidding.
I did guess your one saying about the fire cat.
Yeah, you did.
So, is it that announcement that you become
He's a fire
priest? All right. I have a litter box in my bathroom too. Okay.
His announcement is that he's a fire priest.
Oh.
as opposed to a fake priest.
Oh, is it your big announcement that you become a Catholic again?
Oh man.
I thought you said you knew what his big announcement was, Logan.
But is that it?
No.
Oh.
His big announcement is that he's too smart to make an announcement.
Is your big announcement that Claude is turned out to be your long lost son?
We're going to see how confidence leveling.
That's it. That's it.
Or down. It's on a sliding scale, you know.
I would have had to work in the conception of Claude when I was 8 years old, though.
That one went right, not only over my head, it just flew in one window and out the other in the car, and I didn't even catch it. We'll just leave it alone.
Yeah, that's very great. That's great. You've been that.
If Claude's in comments, he's an amazing man.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's there.
We'll like to see what Aiden looks like when he hits 58. Yeah, that's what he looks like.
Let me see.
She disappeared. Far Charles, what do you think of?
He looks more like 45 there.
What about Mark as a Hindu god?
Oh, I saw that one. You showed that one the other day. You know what? He would not have any trouble doing the ironing, the cooking, the cleaning, and eating at the same time.
Look, Mark.
I think your Dustin Bucks are great. It's too bad you didn't print those up before Christian spent all his money on real fake bucks. What is that?
A neck
if I
beard
try to blow it up,
A neck beard atheist.
If I try to blow things up, well, then it messes up my whole screen.
What about this?
My goodness.
Hindu, Aiden, Mark, and Skylar. Look at this. What?
What's that?
Papa Dog. A soft priest. Look, the gang's all here ready to mess some people up.
Yeah, and look who's in the front with tattoos and his fist all pumped.
Look at little Kent.
You know, back in the day, he might have been a cute little kid like that, dressed in SpongeBob. Maybe he hated that SpongeBob outfit, that SpongeBob pajama set.
SpongeBob, I don't think was around during his time.
You don't think so?
That came out in the 2000s, I think.
Goes to show what I know, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, can I show you this?
Hey, Bubby, what day is it today?
It's Friday!
You having a good day?
That's what happens when you knock on Mark's door on Friday.
Oh, well, you know what? You can knock on the door over here that I'm looking at right now where I'm staying on any day and hear that.
Look at this.
I want a hard priest.
Pain! Curses! What was that in his hand? I never can figure that out.
Me either. I found that from Big Bad Mama.
Oh.
What do you think of that, Father Charles?
No. Faithful, use your imagination. That's why people post it all the time.
Chuck, do you not know by now I do not have an imagination?
Oh no.
I don't. I can't
Oh,
I can't close my eyes and picture an apple. However, I can sit in a chair and actually go into a real other universe. So there you go.
Oh,
He
just
did. Maybe he went into your alternate universe. Is he not coming back? There he is. You came back.
I'm back.
We thought you fell into an alternate universe.
Sometimes it happens, especially on Restream.
Who is that in chat? Is that Claude?
Yeah.
Robin.
Claude and
Hi, Robin.
Robin.
Hi, Robin. Well, you know what? I'm at the house where I have to go in and offload some groceries, and I've made fake tiramisu. I've made fake French toast. Fake French toast was really, really good. Fake tiramisu was pretty
Is that
good.
French?
I've made pina colada cake, and now I'm going to make fake pancakes.
Would you like to make fake eggs?
Well, I've got to use eggs in order to make fake eggs. But you know what? I can make fake eggs. I just don't want to go get flax seeds. Because from the flax seeds, you have to grow the eggs.
Oh, Father Charles. Is your what is your announcement not? Like, what is not your announcement? Is it that you're not becoming a Catholic
His
priest?
announcement is not that he's getting married. It is not that he's driving now 95. It is not that he has all the answers. He disappeared again. And Claude, I'm sorry if I'm making you hungry. But all that was fake food, but it was really good. Especially the fake French toast. I've made that 3 times and it was amazing. By the way, fake French toast has no bread in it. It's made with eggs and cream cheese and some sugar and some vanilla. I can't think of it if there's anything else that goes in it. That's pretty much it. Oh, butter. There he is.
Father Charles, can you tell us your fake announcement? Are you there? Hello? Are you there?
Hi, Robin.
Oh,
When he comes back on, he will tell what his fake announcement was.
okay. What is your fake announcement?
I don't have a fake announcement, but Chuck has got a fake announcement. And everybody's waiting to hear it. Only I quit waiting. I already know what his fake announcement is. That he's a real priest. That's fake. Does any of that make sense? I hope not.
Hope he's all right.
Oh, it's just Restream, I think. I have trouble getting into it. And that's okay. Maybe a year from now, we'll figure out something else for you, huh?
Oh, thank you.
I think you can probably work with Mark over a period of a year. Work with him on the Google Meets and stream your Google Meet to YouTube. Maybe sometime over a year, you guys can kind of work on that a little bit, and then you won't have. Then you can have as many gatekeepers as you want, and so forth, and have a lot of people in your room if you want. So just it's probably gonna take you about a year to take and get everything worked out for that. So by next February, maybe you'll be able to do that. You're gonna have to practice with it though.
Father Charles is back.
Yay! We weren't even humming and he showed up.
There's 2 Father Charles.
I'll throw one out.
One of them must be the fake. One of them has got to be the fake Father Charles.
That's it.
One of them is the fake priest, and the other one's the real priest. He came in twice in case he gets knocked out. He could still be here.
Boot out the right one, Logan. When you're right there, you go.
Guys, I have OCD. What is your announcement? Is it that you're taking over the world?
What?
Your announcement? Is it that you're taking over the world?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Where are you going to take it to? You're taking it over where?
Over to me, man. It's all about me.
Oh.
Well, we've always known that.
Yeah, right.
If you buy that one from me, well, then I've got a bridge I can sell you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's Charles.
Yeah.
What do you think of? Is it true that what they say that about the about Israel is Israel we have today connected to the original Israel?
I would say no.
Oh. Oh.
I'd say there's a big group in Israel that believes that, but not the majority.
Oh.
Explain.
I'm just talking about the people of Israel, not other countries like the United States.
Oh.
Do you know that there's a teaching right now that the United States is the new Israel?
I think I've heard that. Well, the Mormons thought that.
One of the men that I know is teaching that, I'd like to go hit him upside the head with a 2x4.
Is it
No, I know it's not anybody you know. I know him personally.
Oh, Stephen?
No, I think he's leaning towards a flat Earth these days, isn't he?
I don't know. What do you think, Brother Charles?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even watch the channel.
Good for you.
Oh.
Other people watch it for me and send me stuff.
Yeah, well, they don't even do that for me anymore, and which is a good thing. Hey, Mark, what you doing that you're not in here?
Uh-oh.
You're the gatekeeper.
Come in, Mark. We could have both ask Father Charles together.
Oh, man, beat up on me.
Oh, sorry.
I'm kidding.
They can't beat up on you. They'd have to stand in line. I'd get the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Father Charles.
Yeah.
About the hat court case cement by scholar evidence. Do you have any scholar evidence?
Yeah, he does. He's got more evidence than Skylar has, I think.
Yes. Oh yeah, Skylar got his ladybugs.
Yeah, I think your court date isn't that the 15th? I mean, your real court date. Let me look at my calendar, because I got something going on tomorrow, which I think is the 5th. I don't know what day it is. I don't even know what today is. Today's the 13th. So I think maybe
lucky number.
I think his court date might be tomorrow. But let's see, I've got to be someplace at 7:30, 8 o'clock Central Time. So that's still too early for court to start over there.
Mark says it's tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, I talked to Achilles.
You did. I mean, you actually talked to him.
What a privilege.
Yeah. In his office. He's a funny guy.
Wait a minute. In his office, he's got an office. Is it online through Facebook or something?
Yeah, it's an online office.
Really, through Facebook?
Yeah, I don't know about it. I've heard about it.
Logan does.
Yeah, it's full YouTube, I think. He's a funny
Oh.
guy. Yeah.
Logan,
He's
do
a
me a
funny
favor.
guy.
Send me a link to that, will you?
Okay.
All right. I
Okay.
appreciate it. You never know where I show up.
Logan, you have not been cleared to send a link to Faithful, but I will forgive you this time, my friend.
Okay. Thank
Well,
you.
he has been cleared. I requested it.
Oh.
And 7, you have no
Steve, you wanna
choice in the matter because you're not here.
I will find you, Faithful, with my telescope. It is not only good for outer space, but I will search your face out across the land and find you.
Oh, well, you want to know something? He doesn't have a clue as to what my face looks like, does he? That's only unless somebody during some of our private chats has screenshot it and sent it to him. And I don't think anybody would want to screenshot that.
Today, they banned puberty blockers completely now in UK.
Did they? That's a good deal,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, completely now. We got it banned. I mean, yeah, it got banned.
Sweet. That means that they can't. They've got to wait until somebody's of age. Good.
Yeah.
Logan, you're really doing a good thing for stuff like that. And you stay up on a lot of this stuff, and a lot of people don't realize that you do that. That's quite remarkable.
Yeah.
I mean, Stephen, here's what Stephen told me in the
Stephen
comments
who?
earlier. He told me to tell you guys.
What'd he say?
I'll put it in the private chat.
Oh. Let's see if I can find that. Okay, I gotta stop and see if I can read it.
Yeah, stuff like that. Greetings, pagans, all besides in the room. Who's the pagans? You know who's a pagan is, Father Charles?
Oh, I'm reading the private chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right.
Who is that wrote that? I can't read it.
Stephen told me to tell
I'm
you
talking
guys.
about what's in the chat about greetings, pagans, and
Oh.
that's. No, let me see if I can. Dan Posey, greeting pagans and all that abide in this room. Thanks a lot, Dan. You go ahead and say whatever you want to about myself.
Oh,
And
Dan,
and
are
Chuck.
you sitting at the right hand of the Father now with Jesus too?
Since everyone's a pagan.
Yeah, I think Dan has gone. I think Dan is an official PG, and if he continues with this line of discussion, I think he needs. I don't have the ability, but I think he needs to be put in timeout. Logan,
You have the ability.
do I? Oh, I'm not. Wait a minute. Let me go over there. Yeah, because if he continues with that, I'm going to put him in timeout. Let me go over to YouTube.
We think of that, Fire Charles, in the private chat.
Oh, Logan, this ain't much of an answer, but whatever.
Mark took it out. Mark took that out already.
You did?
Yeah.
Where?
Well, I don't see it there in on YouTube anymore.
Oh, okay.
So Mark took care of it.
Uh-oh. Double, we got spare Fire Charles. What? He's gone too. Oh,
Yeah.
We got Fire Charles.
Mark's a good guy. He deleted that.
Oh, that's good. Why he calls everyone pagans?
Because Dan is he is a member of the PGs now. And so Dan is not really somebody right now. Maybe later, if he repents and gets his life right, he might be somebody that you would want to have fellowship with. But Logan, I wouldn't suggest that right now. There are some people like Soot Kettle and BBM and everyone that they just don't do that kind of stuff.
Dan, is that you?
Hello, am I here?
Yeah, what are you calling everyone pagans
Oh, that was a joke. And I unfortunately.
Well, Dan,
Well-
if you're going to joke, you need to make sure we don't joke about that kind of thing. That is not a joke to call people that are Christians pagans. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be hard at you, but that's just not a way to joke. So I appreciate you coming on and saying that.
Oh no! Well, I actually said it right after it, but I was already put on a timeout by somebody.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Well,
that's hello everybody.
Hello. Bear in mind on this channel, that type of joking is not appreciated by 90% of the people in the room.
Okay, come on. Does anybody find that funny?
Not the people that were in the room.
Come on. Claude had to have thought that was funny. Claude
is not in the room. Claude's in comments. You said anybody that was in the room, which was Logan, Chuck, and myself. And I don't think Chuck even considers that to be funny. He might laugh at it, but I don't think he would consider it funny. I mean, I'm just sharing that with you for future.
No problem. I'll write that on my 10 commandment list. I'll have to
11 commandment list, right? Okay.
Yes.
All
actually,
right.
is Chuck still here?
I don't know. He's coming back, but he has problems.
Chuck comes and goes on Restream. He drops into alternate universes and then comes back.
Very good. I was just tired of saying hi all like I always did, so I'll find another word. And next time, whoever sends or put me on a timeout, let me at least say, "Hey, Dan, that's number 12 on the list." But understood.
You know what? Coming into communities, every one of them's different. So you have to get out all this big list of what's good where and what's not good where. And I'm probably a whole lot more straight-laced than a lot of people are.
Oh, very good. I'm Northern California, so pagan to me is not negative connotations. It's just a kind of a word. It's something like, "Oh, you're a pagan." Kind of like saying you're a witch. In probably where a good majority of my people that I've raised with and
I'm here.
You there?
Hello.
Well, hi, Father Charles. There's two of you.
Dan, are you still there?
Top right. Knock that out, Logan.
Okay. Dan, I was born and raised in Southern California, and I understand the California dynamics of the people that are there, not only back almost, close to three quarters of a century ago or more, but also now. And I can tell you, I don't know how long you've been a Christian. I could tell you that from a biblical viewpoint, to joke and clown around that people are pagans and are witches is not biblical, and it's not something that Christ wants his body to do. I'm just sharing that with you. You can do what you want to, but that is, if you sat under a good pastor, he would tell you that's just the wrong thing to do. I'm not correcting you. I'm just giving you information.
No, and that's fine. That's cool. I'll have to ask my pastor because he's a good pastor. I just never asked him.
Yeah, you might want to ask him about joking about witchcraft, because all witchcraft and demonology and everything all has satanic roots. Because of the fact that it is seen in movies and everything a lot, it has numbed people down to where, it's just commonplace. But it's actually a biblical reality. and it's a spiritual reality too. So yes, please ask your pastor about it. If you have a pastor, I always send people back to their pastors. Always. You can ask Chuck. I do that.
No, very good. I always, send people to the Bible, but yeah, my pastor's a good guy. I've known him forever. Since grammar school.
Well, good. Well, ask him if you have a pastor. Ask him. You always do want to go back to the Bible, but if people have a pastor, then you need to then I direct them back to them, because I do believe
Been
in the fivefold
a
ministry, and
Christian
I do
45.
teach that. Huh?
Are you alright, Dan? Oh
Oh
no.
no.
He's fallen into another
Who did?
dimension.
Oh,
Dan.
did Chuck fall there too?
I don't know.
Ooh. These alternate universes are getting rough. I have got to get my groceries in out of the car, Logan. As soon as somebody comes back in, I'm going to have to scoot. And the comment that you posted in private chat from Stephen, I'm reading it again.
Okay.
I would not put any credibility to that.
Okay.
I just would not.
Dan, are you back?
Somebody's back.
I think so. I'm on a place that it keeps on going up. You're out of internet. You're on internet. So no, that's cool. So it's no now. So how about somebody call themselves a ghost? Is that
We know that when Gangster Ghost is talking about Gangster Ghost, we know that that's his alternate universe, and that's fun. Oh, I mean, we know that there are some things that are clowning around, but when it comes to Satanism, there just is no room in my books for that anyway. There might be in some people's books, but not in the ones that not in my books, and not with the people that I fellowship with that are known worldwide. So I'm just passing that along as good advice. Gangster Ghost, that's a ghost character. It's just a character. He does not believe he's a ghost. He doesn't tell people that they are. And you would have to understand Logan's alternate universe.
Yeah. Oh, guys, what about Brother Pike's
Brother
book?
Pike's what?
What about his book?
His book, his new one, is a very, very well written book. And I listened to two of his messages today that from 2023, and a teaching from, I listened to one and a teaching from 2022 on the simple gospel. And Christian, for being 33 years old, is an amazing, amazing minister. And Logan, you and anybody else would do well to listen to him, because there's some things that he and I may not agree on line by line on the important things. There's no I find no fault in what he's teaching. I don't look for fault, but what he's teaching, I've not heard him teach anything wrong on that. When it comes to his theories on this and that, and he'll tell you these are his viewpoints and opinions, but when he talks about scripture, he's spot on. So I'm glad that you have him doing live streams sometime.
Dan, are you from the tribe of Dan? I think he might
be. I'm hoping that Mark will come in if he's got time. Speed Romans gasp.
Well,
no, Claude, he's not. Gangster, you're not a real ghost, are you? No. Claude said he was thinking you were a real ghost. Oh, we just burst his bubble, didn't we?
Faithful guys, what do you think of the gap theory?
I came on Chuck's show a couple days ago talking about the gap theory. The gap theory is actually the period between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and then in 1:2 it says, and the earth was void and without form. A theory is just a theory. A theory is not something that is proven fact. When God created the heaven and the earth, it doesn't the Bible, and nowhere even in science can they say what the earth looked like during that period of time. In our minds, in people's minds, we think that when he created the earth, it looks just better than it looks right now. And then in the second chapter, it says, and the earth was without form and void. There is a theory that says, and several different theories, that something happened between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2, and that is called the gap theory. And that's what it is. It's a theory. You weren't there. I wasn't there. No scientist was there. No one was there, not even Adam and Eve or anybody to record anything. So exactly how it happened, we can't say. However, what I'm reading from science is that beyond everything that science has found, and we're talking quantum science, which I believe is like the little teeny tiny micro sciences, that they said in the beginning there was something that created this expansion of and created the universe and everything, and they call it singularity. And even people like Stephen Hawking, who is so well recognized and so forth, state, according to this book, that singularity is beyond time, space, and matter as we know it. And we cannot find what singularity is. Now, from everyone that I've talked to, from Baptist to Catholic people, old people, young people, when I tell them that, they say, that sounds like God to me. He was there before anything, and he is outside of time, space, and matter. So, since none of us were there, we don't know whether he created the heavens and the earth, and earth at that time was without form and was without form. It was just there, and then he started creating it. We don't know for sure. The Bible doesn't tell that. What the Bible really tells us is the creation, when he formed man out of the dust of the earth, and his plan for redemption, about the fall of mankind, and his plan to redeem us back to himself through the blood of Christ. And that's something you understand. That's right, isn't it, Logan? You understand that. So that's what the whole Bible is about. It's a history of the of Adam all the way forward through the resurrection of Jesus. It was the letters to the epistles, those that were part of his body through the new birth. And then it talks about Revelation, which is the revelation of Jesus Christ, not a revelation of the end times. It does talk about the end times, but it's actually the revelation of who Jesus is. So, where the gap theory comes in, it is a theory and not something that it's nice to know that these things are taught, but to say this is true or that's true is not necessarily accurate. You asked my viewpoint, so there it is.
Thank you.
Dan,
What the? He disappeared. Oh no. She's returned.
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone, and if I touch something wrong, it takes me out and then lets me come right back in again.
Oh,
So, and everybody that's, let me go here, see if I can go to here to live chat. I don't know. Sometimes this phone does one thing and then does something else. Let's see. There we go. Who put me in timeout? Mark put you in timeout. And thank you for your apology, Dan. I'm kind of catching up on it. I'm just looking a little bit. Well, Logan, you might want to play something while I get groceries in the house before they get ruined sitting out here in a warm cart, because it's actually 70 degrees out here today. But I'm going to have to leave. Maybe you want to play something, let people watch and come on in.
yeah. Well, thank you for coming on.
Listen, I love you. You take care of yourself and have a good rest of the stream. And Dan, you're a good guy, and thank you for what you said. I appreciate it. Bye-bye, Logan. And everybody else.
Bye.
Bye. If I can figure out what,
Bye.
there, I push that button. Got it. Bye-bye.
Fire truck's back. Hi, fire truck. Are you there, fire trucks? Fire Charles? Oh. Okay, we're gonna watch this. Missing the mod? Missing the mod! Missing mod? You there? Can't hear you. Missing mod. You there? Okay. Missing the mod. We're all missing the mod. We're missing mod. Are you there, Miss Mod?
Hello, can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Oh, okay. Let me pull my mic down some. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm missing the mod.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm having a good day, so I wanted to come in and say hello before everybody piles in. And then I see you were alone.
Fire Charles was. Oh, thank you. Fire Charles was on here earlier, but he has the problem staying on here for some reason.
Oh, yeah, I seen him a minute ago.
Yeah, do you read the private chat?
No, I didn't. I can.
Yeah, you can.
Who was that to?
Steven said that to tell me that tell everyone.
Why?
I don't know. I talked to Keeley's earlier in his Keeley's office. The office of
Oh,
Keeley. He's a funny guy. I like Keeley. He's just a character. He's a crazy little guy. He's funny.
hi, Speed. Hello, Speed Romans.
Well,
And Dan. And Claude.
We think of this, Professor Reed.
I laughed very hard at that.
You don't even see science like that.
Yeah, I seen that. I really like the part that part right there where he's you can see his whole body. Yeah, that had me laughing. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Dustin's in the background. Buddy.
I haven't seen Dustin in a minute. How's he doing? Does anybody know?
I haven't either.
I see him on Praise's channel all the time. Like he's been hanging out over there, so. But Praise hasn't been streaming past few, I don't know, for like a week now. But that guy can go all night.
You prayed to Lincoln tonight.
Do you see that one?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the context was, but
he was talking about people deified presidents of the past too, I guess.
oh. Cool.
Well, we like to have some bucks.
Well, where can you use them?
On Dustin Land. There's a female Dustin. There's
That's funny.
Dustin bugs. Got
Hi,
some.
Father Charles.
Father Charles.
I hope you're good, Father Charles. If you ain't good, be good at it.
Yeah, that was crazy. Did you see all these things between Mark and them? Mark and Lupin. Oh, did you see that show yesterday when Lupin came on?
Was it the one you were talking about?
Yeah. He thinks that Miss Outcast is on Discord.
Huh. She's not on Discord?
No, she says she's not.
Oh. Yeah, it's really hard for me to use. I have a hard time using it. But I'm learning.
Want me to show you the show from yesterday?
Sure.
They did. Aiden, he got. It's funny. They changed his name to Gaiden.
Christian did that and got in trouble.
Well, they called Lupin the spiritual.
I liked the Holy Howler better when Christian said that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's where they got it from. This is the video.
Or no, it wasn't holy. It was righteous. It was righteous Howler. That's funny.
He came on there and Aiden called him that. Here's the video you want to see.
Sure.
I haven't seen her or talked to her or heard her voice in a year. I was so happy.
Oh, well, that's good.
Guess who's here?
Who's
Yo,
that?
Gigi.
Lupin.
Hi.
Lupin.
Tell me to pause it if you need me to pause it or anything.
Okay.
Hey, how you been?
Good. How are you?
Oh, dude, I'm good. Blessed.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you up to?
Nothing much.
Just chatting?
Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah, just chatting. Oh, awesome, Lupin. Do you know we saw? I saw a video where Westwood was on the same show as Ken Hova. Is that crazy?
No, not really.
Oh.
Were they?
Yeah. Wes Reeves
Were they
alone.
talking with each other, or were they just on the same show?
It's on the same show.
Oh. What show was it?
Oh, that's good. It was Steven's show, I think.
Steven show? When?
I'm not sure. Some weeks ago, I think. You know, Truck Driver?
I have zero clue.
It was a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Oh nah. I don't even keep up with my own shows after I post them, so I don't really keep up with too many other different shows. How's my phone already low on battery? It was like on 30%.
Yeah, it does it. My phone does it too.
I think it's because I had to play in a game and I was streaming, and I accidentally left my phone upstairs, and it had the screen on, so I got 15%, so about like maybe 14 now, maybe like 5 minutes to hang out.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I've been trying to get my sleep schedule right.
Hey, can you pause it?
Because
I just wanted to say thank goodness Big Bad Mama knew about that discussion yesterday with Kent and Steven Anderson. Did you see that? Did you watch it?
Oh, I think I seen a little bit of it. What was it about?
I'm not really sure. I was going to ask you, but I thought that it was such a jerk move on Steven's part to not say hello. Like, what a jerk, you know? I was just thinking, like, why in the world do people even listen to that guy when he's just literally trying to make Christians look bad? Like we're all hateful.
Oh, Steven showed that about, talked about that. He linked me
Steven
that. Bowling?
Oh, see, because I was wondering how Big Bad Mama knew. I don't know. I just thought I was out of the loop.
Well, would you want to see that video instead?
Yeah. Yeah, actually. That would be cool. Because I kind of wanted to point something out that I seen in the beginning. I did in the chat, so. But. Yeah, why not? You know, I'm starting to realize a lot of people really like him, too.
Yeah, that guy, ever since Kent talk about him being divorced, that one guy, Steven Anderson, turned on him and hates him ever since then.
Yeah. I don't know how long this part goes for, but I'd skip this.
Go up there.
In your opinion, maybe the best science?
There's a lot of scientific evidence.
Years old. In 1955, it hit a birthday of 6 billion years. 1965, it became 10 billion years. By 2006, 13.7 billion years. And just now, we reached 26.
You want me to pause it? I'll pause it for you.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to yet. I just wanted to get to Steven where they do their introduction, so and I'll be happy. You don't have to skip it or nothing because it'll just I don't want you to have to deal with that.
Okay.
6.7 billion years. At this rate, we could hit 1 trillion before this season is over, but who's counting? Now, you might be thinking, how does this reconcile with the Bible? Some would say that there's a giant gap of history nestled between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2. Approximately all of history, 99.99999% of it anyway, contained in between the first 2 verses of the Bible. Just think about it. God was waiting around for billions of years, watching starlight fly its merry little way toward an empty earth. It's a long. Now, some suggest when God said the evening and the morning were the first day, what that really means is an arbitrary amount of time in which a humanless evolution slowly took place for billions and billions of years. I'm sure it was interesting to watch bacteria slowly turn into fish.
Is it breaking up for
which turned
you
into dinosaurs,
too? Or is it just me?
which turned into chickens, which turned into my face.
No.
It's not.
That
It's
right?
playing clear. Am I breaking up?
Yeah. No.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure.
Of all, McNuggets. All right, I'm just kidding. That would be impossible, of course, and we all know it's a fairy tale to believe McDonald's would serve actual chicken. You see, the dinosaurs turning into chickens would be served at Raising Cane's. That's a lot more likely. Raising Cane's is pretty much the official sponsor, by the way, of the Rod of Iron podcast, so must be true. Honestly, though, I'll accept any answer, as long as we don't subscribe to the thought that creation happened about 6,300 years ago. The people who believe that are mean-spirited. They're science-denying, Bible-thumping bigots who have the worst disease of the mind, the Baptist bias. It's good to finally be...
We said what he said.
I was kind of not listening to it at first, but was he saying that and then saying that they agree with that?
I don't know.
I think that's what he was saying. I mean, yeah, I thought it was pretty cool, actually. I thought he did a good job.
Ever since Ken's divorce, he turned on Ken. He used to be his best buddy, but now he hates Ken, I guess.
A guy that hates you like that has never been your friend. If somebody hates you like that, it's fake. I don't believe anything that guy says. Steven Anderson. He's
that guy.
I'm gonna He lies in this. That's why I wanted to point it out. I'm not. Maybe I shouldn't say lies, but yeah, I guess it is a lie.
Hey, tell me when you want to point something out and stuff. I'll follow you.
Okay.
Boy, it does feel like I aged about 13 billion years with that monologue, Ben. So, but thanks for bringing us into the show. We got our monologue. We've got a couple of guests, and really, this is a highly anticipated show. I'm excited for this evening. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, the monologue, I think, lasted billions of years. But anyway, appreciate you guys tuning in. It should be a fantastic show tonight. So much going on. It's jam-packed. We should walk in wisdom, Pastor Shelley, as you know, we both believe, and I think that tonight we're going to do that, show people why we believe what we believe on creation.
Now, of course, there's a lot of bad views out there on creation and evolution and all these different theories. And, we subscribe to the fact that the Bible's true and that God created everything about 6,300 years ago. And we're going to bring some guests on this evening that don't even contradict that at all. But I still think it's going to be an interesting conversation where we're going to get to talk. How do we explain the tension between evolutionary thinking and what's taught in modern science with what the Bible teaches about creation? And so we brought a couple guests on. Our first guest we have with us is Pastor Steven Anderson. He's been on the show several times before, and we're excited to have him join us for this discussion on the age of the universe. Can you hear us there, Pastor Anderson?
I can. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, glad you joined us. Looks like you got some science there in your shirt. What do you got there for us?
Yeah, I'm just kind of ready to eat out, guys. So I got this for Christmas a while back. I figured this was the perfect day to wear it.
Great.
And the whiteboard in the background, I think, only adds to the.
You going to teach us something over here? Look at the draw. Nice.
Man,
Want
it
me
is.
to pause it?
I don't know. It's got. Yeah, I did. But I wanted to. Is anybody out there tell me that this video is skipping? Is it just my end? It must be. But you're not breaking up. I'm not breaking up. Anyway. Because I can't remember what I wanted you to pause for now. Other than that. But see how he's answering his questions? He's telling the truth. Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, so it must be breaking up because it's going to be kind of hard to point out what I want to point out with it skipping like that. Yeah, it must be your internet. But
it's all right to me. I don't know.
If anybody watches this, it goes back and watches this. Try lowering the video quality. Mark said. See where it says HD on there? You know how to do that, right?
Yeah. Where should low it to? 720?
Do 360 just to. Yeah, it should still be good.
Does it have anything to do with Xbox 360?
I don't think so.
Want me to start up again?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
And Dr. Kent Hovind, he's joining us. Can you hear us there, Dr. Hovind?
Yes, sir. Here, loud and clear. Thank you for having me.
Great. Glad that you're here. And I actually got to watch a lot of your debates. About 2013, 2014 is when I kind of found some of your information. And I watched like all these different debates. And I was excited to hear your next one. And then I realized you were in Dale. And I was so dead that I didn't get to.
Is that good?
Can you wait? Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I can share it. I don't know how good my internet is though.
Okay.
Where is this?
That didn't help.
No, it's still skipping a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. You don't have to be sorry. You are fine.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, let me I'm trying to find it now. And
it's called Age of Universe Creation Discussing with Dr. Dino and Pastor Anderson, the Bible bias. Baptist bias.
Yeah, I got it. All right. Is it showing? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to start it from where Steven starts talking.
I got this for Christmas a while back. I figured this was the perfect day to wear it.
Great.
And the whiteboard in the background, I think, only adds to the.
You gonna teach
geeked
us
out
something over here?
environment. Look at
Can
that.
you draw? Nice.
There we go.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
And we also have another guest with us, Dr. Kent Hovind. He's joining us. Can you hear us there, Dr. Hovind?
Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear. Thank you for having me.
Great. Glad that you're here. And I actually got to watch a lot of your debates. About 2013, 2014 is when I kind of found some of your information. And I watched like all these different debates, and I was excited to hear your next one. And then I realized you were in jail, and I was so disappointed. Here, I don't know. Can we bring it up
Sorry,
bring us all on the screen here for a moment? But
he is so rude.
You know, I'm a
Anderson.
Baptist, obviously, so I think that both my guests are Baptist this evening. They're also going to subscribe to the King James Bible, being their final authority. We believe salvation by faith. We believe in the eternal security of the believer, once saved, always saved. And also, you know, I believe that the earth was created about 6,300 years ago. You know, Pastor Anderson, is that kind of about what you believe as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, I believe that about 6,300 years ago.
No. Did you see the way he, as soon as he started to answer that question, he was shaking his head no. Because he doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe this now that I pointed it out.
Yeah, he was buddies with Alex Jones.
I bet.
Yeah.
He
was on his show before.
Yeah, this guy is not good, I don't think. In my opinion.
100 years.
Oh, hold on, let me just start that one more time.
Ago. You know, Pastor Anderson, is that kind of about what you believe as well?
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah, I believe that about 6,300 years ago, the world was created ex nihilo in 6 literal days. I believe the Genesis 1, Genesis 2 account as written.
Amen.
No.
What about you, Dr. Hovind? What do you think on about 6,300
I'm not putting
years
words
ago,
in his mouth. I'm saying what I
event?
think.
What is your opinion
I
on
think
that?
he's lying.
I think it was 6,000 years ago, October 23rd at 2 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And the guy literally is running around trying to make Christians look hateful. It makes total sense to me that he's friends with Alex, or knows Alex. I doubt the guy hasn't friends, but
He'd been on his show before.
who? Oh, he's been on Alex's show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I don't understand how I'm lying, but okay. Like, I'm going to take anything you say seriously. I mean, come on. Like, for real. I don't want to fight, though. That's definitely not what I want to do. I'm telling you, this guy don't believe that. I bet you anything he doesn't believe it. He's freaking lying. I mean, I think. It doesn't matter what I think anyway. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there because I don't like the guy. I think he's trying to purposely make Christians look bad.
What?
What? Why would I? What do you mean? Lying about him? What do you mean lying about him? I didn't say anything about him. I just said what I think. I think he's lying.
Big Bad Mama.
Hey, BBM.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, we can hear you.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool.
Did you see the
I saw
video?
a good portion of it. It was pretty interesting.
That guy, Steve Anderson, not only he's the hero of Matt Powell back in the day. That's probably where Matt Powell get a lot of his
I
stuff.
would think so.
Okay, Mark. You can shut up now. You can shut the hell up now.
Just ignore the chat if it's upsetting you.
It's not upsetting me. It's just annoying. It's like, I was hoping he would just be quiet,
Let's see Kent and Anderson go at it.
Yeah, it's kind of boring after that. Because they kind of agree on everything.
They don't agree on some stuff, especially towards the like middle and stuff.
Yeah, they don't agree on Kent's business, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, they have this big disagreement about how the craters of the moon got there. And of course, I disagree with both of them, but it's kind of interesting to see them go at it with their two hypotheses.
I know, I wish he would have been nicer and not such a prick. You know, like, why be a jerk? Just because you just, like, hate friends? I mean, yeah.
He came in with kind of an attitude.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'm going to continue it then.
Okay. Specific. All right, so
the Bible dates that up to a total of about 6,000, 6,100, 6,300. I don't argue about those little details. It's not billions, that's for sure.
That's right. And so, when we talk about creation and we're talking about these different elements, I just want to at least get those things established so that, people realize there's a lot of agreement, obviously, with this group. We're not really having a debate this evening, but we just want to kind of discuss, how do we combat the tension from what is being taught in a lot of universities and schools today, where they say that there was a big bang and the universe came from an explosion. Things slowly evolved over time, including many life forms, whereas the Bible does not give that kind of a picture. The Bible talks about special creation, God speaking everything into existence. Yet at the same time, there are certain elements in our universe that seem to point to, or maybe allude to, or give the feeling of that there could be this billion-year concept. That people talk about stars being billions of light years away. People talk about the age of the Earth being dated as billions of years old. And so, we want to make sure that we're arguing the best arguments for what the Bible says and making sure that we understand it. And so that's why I brought both these guys on here. I highly respect both of their opinion as far as when it comes to this topic, and just kind of understanding what are some of the best ways to describe creation. But at the same time, I think there is going to be a little bit of difference here. And so we're excited to tease these things out. Is there any other basics, Ben, that we thought maybe we should cover here before we kind of get started?
No, I mean, I think you pretty much covered it. There's agreement on the fact that the Earth was created, 6,300 years ago, somewhere around there. And no one on this stream believes in macroevolution. Nobody believes in the billions of years in terms of old Earth. That's when God created the world billions of years ago. Now, there might be some disagreement when we actually get into it in terms of apparent age or some of these other issues, but there's definitely commonality with regard to when the universe was actually created.
And, I want to make sure that for our audience that we kind of explain a few things, because
I just want to correct that guy that Kent does believe in hyperspeciation after the flood. A cat kind evolved into all the different cats that we have today. So that's the definition of macroevolution. That's all I want to say.
Oh. Okay. You want me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think our group here understands a lot of this concept really well, but maybe new viewers to creation or these different arguments may not understand some of this terminology. But apparent age is essentially the idea that when God created Adam and Eve, he didn't create babies and let them slowly grow up, but he created an adult male. He created adult trees, and he created a lot of things in maturity. And so they would have maybe appeared or in some ways seem to be older than they are. Adam's 1 day old, but he looks like maybe a 30-year-old man or a 40-year-old man, but at least an adult male. And the question is, how much does that apply to the rest of creation? Is that literally everything is going to have this apparent age, or is some of the phenomena and the things that we see in this world actually point to, maybe just 6,300 years or less than 7,000 years? And so I want to get started with Dr. Hovind. I want to first ask you this question. And we're we're trying to just have an open conversation dialogue here. And so from just kind of a high level, do you believe there's any scientific proof that the universe is not billions of years old?
There's all kinds of it. By the way, it's good to see Brother Anderson again. I preached at his church years ago. We were just discussing who's the most hated man on the internet. Is it him or me? We're having competition. See who can stir up the liberals and the atheists the worst. So good to see you, brother. I'm not aware of any scientific evidence that would say the Earth is billions of years old. There's a lot of scientific evidence that says it is not billions of years old. I've been covering that every Friday night. I've got about 9 different channels I'm on. They're all listed on drdino.com. If you go to DRDINO, there it is right there. We have all these different channels. I've been covering Friday night, different ways to prove scientifically the Earth is not billions of years old. And if you take away time from the atheists, their whole argument collapses. Ask them, how can an amoeba turn to a whale? They'll say, well, give it enough time. Well, what if you don't have the time? Well, then it can't happen. The Bible dates clearly show not billions of years. The Bible says Adam was 130 when Seth was born. And then Seth was 105 when his son was born. The dates are all given in Genesis 5. You go after the flood to Genesis 11, it gives a bunch more dates. You can add all these up and, get focused there. Okay. And it comes to roughly 6,000 or so years ago. So the Bible clearly teaches 6,000. I'm not aware of any scientific evidence that cannot be easily refuted to say the Earth is billions of years old. I will stand by the Bible being literally true and scientifically accurate. Okay.
Well, I definitely agree with you when it comes to, the Bible.
I mean, that intro that Kent gave where he was greeting him, don't you think that was a little strange when he said, like, yeah, we had this discussion about who's the most hated man on the internet? I mean, that's not the greatest way to greet somebody you haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, I don't think Kent knows how to interact with people normally.
Socially.
Yeah.
Social faux pas or whatever they would call it. But yeah, I mean, I would, if I was Steven Anderson hearing that, I wouldn't like, that's nice to hear, Kent.
That's what Steven Anderson wants, though.
Yeah, well, I know he's going to go after him no matter what. That's his agenda here. I mean, I don't know why they dislike each other so much, but I know Anderson had a problem with Kent being, married as many times as he had and still calling himself a pastor and what have you. But there's more to it than that.
See, you think that the guy would just be like, okay, he's just a guy doing whatever he wants.
Well, you're kind of supposed to give if you're going to have a discussion with somebody, you're kind of supposed to give all that up and just concentrate on the discussion and not on the underlying tension that you feel.
Well, wouldn't a competition to see who's the most hated man on the internet be detrimental to the cause of Christ, as Kent would call it?
Yeah.
Instead of stirring people up and making them crazy, why not, preach the gospel and draw them to the Lord? No, let's see who's the most hated. Let's see who can piss the most people off. That's brilliant. And I do know why there's a rift between Hovind and Anderson. It's because Anderson doesn't believe in divorce and remarriage, and Hovind's been divorced and remarried, multiple times now. He did a video attacking Kent when he divorced Joe, when he got divorced from Joe and remarried right away. Steven Anderson did.
Right. I know, but you're kind of supposed to put that aside if you're going to have a discussion with somebody and just kind of concentrate on the topics at hand. And I know, and Kent did say that most hated man on the internet comment, which was not a good greeting to give somebody. But Steven Anderson does have a definite agenda here to be antagonistic.
Is there anything Kent says that you guys do agree with? I'm serious. Anything at all.
Anything at all.
I'm Kent Hovind.
Let me think about that.
At least you're being
Give,
honest, Big Bad
give me
Mama.
some time. It's still early in the morning. I can't just pull stuff like that out of my head. I have to, and it's not coming to me
You have
like
4 minutes left in the morning. You can't use that excuse.
right. It's a good point.
Go
Okay,
ahead with the video.
continue, Mod, please.
Okay.
Not subscribing to that. But I guess I want to kind of, before I go over to Pastor
Oh, now my internet's going to start messing up.
Well, let me get on my computer here in a minute, and I'll share it.
All right.
And this guy who hosts this show goes on these long monologues that we can probably fast forward through whenever he does that.
Sure. Oh, it's going to be a minute.
I just put a short out about this video, and it's Steven Anderson talking about Hovind theory. He doesn't agree with it.
Well, I don't agree with the way he talks to gay people, but, I'm not going to scream about it.
Oh, yeah.
Steven,
Away from
because they
the
say the same thing.
I don't agree with either one about that. Yeah, but Steven Anderson is particularly bad about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he screams. So, I remember it was so funny before he was so angry. He got up on his altar and started pointing down to people.
He stood on the altar?
Yeah, he actually got on top of the altar, Pastor Anderson. Steve
Is there a
Anderson.
video of that?
I think so. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it was funny. He was so... It was people protesting against what he was saying and stuff. I was like, wow. Hatred towards gays, I guess.
I'd love to see Kent jump up on his podium and start screaming.
It was so funny. I remember back in the day, I used to have videos of Pastor Anderson do all kinds of crazy stuff, falling down. I have him look like he was teleporting around. It was so funny. He's such a crazy guy.
I guess he's pretty popular still. I don't know.
I don't think he's on YouTube anymore, but I think his wife is.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess he doesn't have a channel anymore, right?
Yeah, I think that took up. No, who used say that?
And then Moses gives advice, and Jesus gives advice, and Joshua gives advice.
You did share it. Sharing's caring.
I'm working on it. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Did Charles come on here?
Yeah. But keep it coming on, coming off, coming
Man,
back.
I really like that Kentucky Atheist channel.
Yeah, those guys are pretty fun.
I had fun over there the other night.
We're about
They kind of know me over there.
I know, they think you're a big deal too.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Mark. Yes.
Oh, hi.
No, we can't hear you.
Where are we in the video?
After that, so Kent,
just the time.
Kent and Anderson.
28.
So Kent, yeah, okay, you got it.
Yeah.
All right, we'll start here.
See who can stir up the liberals and the atheists the worst. So good to see you, brother. I'm not aware of any scientific evidence that would say the Earth is billions of years old. There's a lot of scientific evidence that says it is not billions of years old. I've been covering that every Friday night. I've got about 9 different channels I'm on. They're all listed on drdino.com. If you go to DRDINO, there it is right there. We have all these different channels. I've been covering Friday night, different ways to prove scientifically the Earth is not billions of years old. And if you take away time from the atheists, their whole argument collapses. Ask them, how can an amoeba turn to a whale? They'll say, well, give it enough time. Well, what if you don't have the time? Well, then it can't happen. The Bible dates clearly show not billions of years. The Bible says Adam was 130 when Seth was born. And then Seth was 105 when his son was born. The dates are all given in Genesis 5. You go after the flood to Genesis 11, it gives a bunch more dates. You can add all these up and, get focused there. Okay. And it comes to roughly 6,000 or so years ago. So the Bible clearly teaches 6,000. I'm not aware of any scientific evidence that cannot be easily refuted to say the earth is billions of years old. I will stand by the Bible being literally true and scientifically accurate. Okay?
Well, I definitely agree with you when it comes to, the Bible not subscribing to that. But I guess I want to kind of, before I go over to Pastor Anderson on this, I want to just kind of ask you more from like a scientific perspective. So, not necessarily just from the biblical account, but what would be, in your opinion, maybe the best scientific argument for the universe or the earth being, not billions of years old, kind of limited to a 6,000 approximate year creation? I don't know if you're muted on that. Can we still? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, am I muted? Hello?
Yep.
We can hear you. Is that question for me?
Yeah, for you,
Okay.
Dr. Hovind. I'm just saying, what would your top argument, if you're going to say, someone's saying, not necessarily looking at the biblical record, but what would be your top evidence if you believe there's a scientific argument that kind of demonstrates the universe not being
One that's
billions of
easy
years
for people to understand, the moon is getting farther away from the earth. The moon is leaving us about 1.5 inches a year. Nobody argues about that. The moon is receding. There's all kinds of articles on the internet about that. The receding, the moon is getting farther away.
Can you
We're
pause
losing
it,
the
Rod,
moon.
for a second,
Space
please?
dot.
Or Mark. Mark, are you doing the pausing? So didn't the guy ask for scientific evidence that the Earth was 6,000 years old, not that it wasn't 4.5 billion years old? And Kent goes to this moon example that at best shows the Earth is, not 4.65 billion years, but more like 2 billion years. So, but I thought the question was evidence for a 6,000-year-old Earth. Did I not hear that correctly? Is anybody here?
I'm here.
Okay.
I wasn't paying attention though.
Okay. Are you engaged in the chat?
Am I in
No.
here?
Hi,
Yeah.
Lupin.
Oh, yeah. What you guys watching?
Pastor Anderson and Kent Hovind had a discussion yesterday or last night on the
Stephen
Baptist
Anderson?
guys. Yes. So
Okay.
we're watching that. Go for it, Maude, whenever
All
you're
kinds of
ready.
websites cover this topic. The moon is moving away about 1.5 inches a year. Well, 1.49 inches, they got it down that close, okay? Well, if the moon is leaving us, that means it used to be closer. If you bring the moon in closer, you create a problem because the gravity becomes stronger. The closer they are, the more gravitational attraction they have. Use the inverse square law. A lot of people have done all the math on this and say, look, the Earth-Moon system cannot be more than 1 or 1.2 billion years old. Why is the moon getting further away? The moon is leaving us. Cornell University, the moon is leaving the Earth at 3.8 centimeters a year, 1.5 inches. The moon's been drifting away for 2.5 billion years. Well, this guy didn't do the math, okay? It's way less than that. There's a law called the inverse square law. If you bring two objects that attract each other closer together, let's say you bring it into 1/3 the distance. You take that fraction 1/3, flip it over, and square it. It's 9 times the gravitational pull. Inverse square laws, I taught physical science 15 years. Inverse square laws apply to gravity, to light, to magnetism. There's light intensity. Magnetic forces are affected by this. And girls. The closer you get, the more the attraction is. So anyway, they've done all.
I bet that one's going to rub Anderson the wrong way.
Why would it?
Why would it?
Yeah.
Because Anderson and Hovind had a falling out over his divorce and remarriage.
Oh.
All the math on this and say, look, the Earth-Moon system, you bring it in 1 billion years ago, it's 28,000 miles closer, and the orbit's going to collapse. if the moon, or the moon cannot, Earth-Moon system cannot be more than 1.2 or 1.4 billion years. So why are we saying it's 4.6 billion years? Just that one proof takes away their billions of years. The lunar orbit collapses. They call it a well-known lunar orbit collapse. It's a problem, timescale problem. But they ignore it because they need billions of years to turn their frog to the prince. So I think that's a good one, easy one to understand. Look, guys, the moon's getting farther away. Yeah, well, it used to be closer.
Yeah,
Okay?
thank you.
That's
I think that makes sense. Obviously, if the moon is been receding, that does put a timetable on it. And assuming that rate was consistent, I think that logic seems reasonable.
Did you say pause?
I do want to say, I want to go.
Did you say pause, Mark?
Nope.
Oh, I thought I heard you say pause. Yeah, I like this argument. I like this argument. This is one of the better arguments for young Earth creation.
Yeah, but I mean, Hovind is using a uniformitarian principle that he criticizes when scientists use it, yet he's using it here to say that the moon is receded at a constant rate and so cannot be 4.6 billion years old. So he's using a uniformitarian principle there that he has criticized others using.
I'm not sure if you can consider that uniformitarianism.
It's moving at the same rate every year. That's what it is.
As far as we know it, I mean, as far as humans have been recording it.
Yeah, which isn't for very long. So we don't know in the past if it moved at that same rate or at a slower rate. And Kent is saying it's the Earth could still be, a billion to 2 billion years old, even using the uniformitarian rate of recession of the moon from the Earth.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go. If you got something to say, go ahead.
Oh no, I just enjoy. I just say that I like that argument because it does put quite a bit of a time frame on there, because even if you move if the moon is slightly closer to the Earth's orbit, then that would affect the tides. That would cause a lot of problems. So I think it's a good argument.
Anderson now, and I want to kind of give you a chance to first answer that original question, and then if you want to respond or comment on the moon receding issue. We are going to be taking some questions from the chat. So if you have questions during the live stream, put them in the chat, whether in YouTube or Rumble. We're streaming live. Call us any. Is
100%. Well, first of all, let me just say I 100% disagree with everything, literally everything that Kent Hovind just said, because of the fact that, no, I do not believe that there is evidence that the Earth is less than 7,000 years old. The reason I believe that is because the Bible says that. And the reason I don't believe that there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being less than 7,000 years old is because of the fact that when God created the Earth, he created a mature Earth. So he created an old Earth 6,300 years ago. So just as he created Adam as an adult, just as all the trees of the garden were adults, the whole universe is an adult, the sun is an adult, the earth is an adult, everything was created as a mature, finished creation. And it has the appearance of being much older than it is. And so, Dr. Hovind has said that there's no evidence that the earth or the universe is billions of years old. I would disagree. I would say that pretty much all of the evidence is that it appears to be extremely old, but that it is simply because God created a mature creation, just like he created Adam as a mature adult. Now, let me just point out the problem with his logic on the moon issue, okay, is that if we make a graph of data, okay, and let's say, these are my data points, and then I draw like a trend line through it, and I'm talking about a trend over time. Well, here's the thing about that. The data on how far away the moon is only coming from very recently. So we're looking at data from like the end of the 20th century, early 21st century. And then basically what he wants to do is, instead of, just dealing with the trend that we see with the data we have, he wants to basically just extend this to places where we have no data, or extending it out into the future where we have no data. And so, when you're doing science, if you have these data points, that tells you how far it's drifting away right now, but you can't necessarily assume that it's always done that or that it's always going to do that, because there isn't any data. All the data is recent on that subject.
So when it comes,
hey, do you mind if I share this to my? Do you mind if I share this to my channel?
Okay.
It got disconnected. I forgot to ask you. I was gonna ask you. I didn't mean. It just slipped my mind because. Yeah.
Okay.
It should. Let me see. It should still be on your channel though. Let me see. If I share it on mine, I don't know. I don't know if maybe Mark took it off or something.
Yeah, I did, because you didn't ask.
Yeah.
So if it's okay with Mark.
It's
Yeah, I
fine
mean,
with me. Just
it's your
ask.
channel.
I appreciate you asking the second time, but yeah, I would appreciate anybody asking before they just go and start streaming to their channel.
Right.
Anyway.
No, I know. I get it. No, I was gonna ask the first time. It just I was doing some push-ups and I forgot.
Well, you need to do some more push-ups.
I'm gonna do some more push-ups and then some crunches.
Good idea.
comes to the moon receding, if we say that it was receding at the same rate, kind of, that is an assumption that's being brought into the calculation. That does tend to potentially reduce the amount of years that the universe could be. I think Dr. Hovind had brought up that maybe it's at 1.5 billion, or it's definitely less than 4.5 billion. Let's just say that was true. Even 1.5 billion still a giant leap away from 6,300. So that would still almost give credence to an idea that the universe is much older than at least 6,300 years. That's not going to necessarily limit creation to 6,300 years. I'm interested, from your viewpoint, Dr. Hovind, does the moon receding really point to 6,000 years, or is it just kind of refute the 4.5 billion number?
No, I think if you asked me the original question, what is the scientific evidence that indicates it's not billions of years old? That's just one of many, many ways that I agree completely. The Bible is true. The earth is about 6,000 years old. I've never said anything other than that. However, the evolutionists are not going to believe that. They don't care what the Bible says. So you got to speak their language, and you look at the scientific evidence. If I told you, here we go, right here, slide number 120, Alt-DV. Okay. If I told you these Bic ink pens were 5,000 years old, how could you refute my claim? Well, let's get a timeline here, 5,000 years old. So let's look at some scientific evidence. The ballpoint pen was invented in 1888. Oh, well, that just proved my 5,000-year claim wrong. That one fact proved my 5,000-year claim wrong. So they had to be created after 1888. Then that's just one fact. The ballpoint pen wasn't invented until 1888. Then you say, when were plastics invented? 1907. Wow. Well, that just brought it down to 1907. So the Bic Corporation didn't even become a company until 1945. So just those three simple facts, Bic Company became a business 1945. So you look at the scientific evidence, it's not 5,000.
I thought you were talking about the moon.
Now, I still don't know when the pen was created, and actually I don't care. But it had to be after 1945. This is the way you have to work. The moon just simply takes away their 4.5 billion, reduces it to 1.2 billion. There's lots of other ways to reduce it even less than that, which I will be glad to share if you'd like.
Yeah,
But
so
no,
I agree with your logic there. And I think that that's a valid point. I think that the moon receding doesn't necessarily drag us to 6,000 or anywhere close, though. It's still billions of years old. So let me see if I can ask it a little bit more clearly. Do we have any limiters, like you just brought up, that would bring us all the way back down to 6,300 or 6,000?
Well, I think we have the human population, the growth of our human population. I think almost everybody that studies population growth would tell you that the human population today is almost 8 billion, but in 1880 it was only 1 billion. At the time of Jesus Christ, the human population was only about 500 million. So if you look at the population growth charts, it shows clearly man's only been here a few thousand years. But they want to have these charts from the atheists that say, oh, for millions of years, people didn't know how to make babies. They couldn't figure it out. And all of a sudden, they learned how to make babies. They got their charts going back thousands and thousands. It's not, the population chart is very clear evidence that man has not been here.
So when Kent does these population charts, he's assuming that humans back then were living to be whatever hundreds of years old, when in reality, they died when they were in their 20s and 30s. Life expectancy was way down back in the past. So we know we have evidence of that.
Where are you talking about? Are you talking about like in the medieval ages and the dark ages?
Well, I'm talking about all the way back from probably the 19th century back to the, whenever back, from there. There was, people didn't know about germs and we had no antibiotics or anything like that. And so the life expectancy was much lower back then. He never takes that into account in his charts. And he always assumes that people were living back after the flood. They were living to be, 800 years old, or maybe he decreased it to 300.
Let me get on my computer so I can see this a little bit bigger. I'm on my phone, so let me see. I'm not sure if he's talking about the pre-Diluvian time period or shortly after the Diluvian time period.
Well, he's talking about after the 8 people got off the ark, I'm sure.
After people got off the ark?
Yeah.
So yeah, then those people in his worldview, in the Christian worldview, in a young Earth creation worldview, those people are recorded to live a couple hundreds of years old.
Right. I understand that, but that's just what the Bible says. There's no evidence of that in archaeological records or paleontological records. That's my only point.
I beg to differ. I think that's where we find a bunch of they find giant skeleton bones all over the place. A lot of it is censored and a lot of it is covered up, but
how convenient. The Smithsonian hid all the giants in their basement, and there's a big conspiracy. People don't want the population to know that there were giants. It's a conspiracy theory.
Well, they don't.
How long did people live in biblical times, Lupin? Like, who's the oldest?
Let me see.
Just gonna
Give me
Google
1
it.
second.
Yeah, it's Methuselah was the oldest in the Bible.
He was
909 years.
900 and what?
969.
969, and then Noah died at the age of 950. And let me see if I can find a whole timeline. There's a whole genealogy.
Well, I mean, the question was answered.
Oh, what you just asked me? What you just asked me for one person?
Well, just how old people live, because you had said a couple hundred years, and I just wanted to point out Methuselah, as well as Noah and Adam, lived over 900 years old.
Yeah, and that was pre-Diluvian, and then after the flood, environment would have been
Pre-diluvian?
changing and
What do you mean
degrading over
pre-diluvian?
time. So people's time limit to people's uh, lifespan would have been shorter. 1 second.
Pre-diluvian. What does that mean?
Pre-diluvian means pre-flood.
Gotcha.
Here more than 5,000 or 6,000 years. I believe 8 people got off of Noah's Ark 4,400 years ago and started having babies, and here we are today. So I think the population would bring it, just the population growth chart, would bring it way down. I don't know anybody who disagrees that this is a reasonable United Nations population growth chart, 2004. A lot of people have done research on this and say, look, man's not been here for millions of years, unless you want to say they couldn't figure out how to make babies. I've seen some real stupid people figure that out. Okay, so it's not complicated. So
Pastor Anderson, what's your opinion?
Growth,
Pastor Anderson, what's your opinion on the human population?
Well, of course, I would absolutely agree that human beings have only been on this earth since God created them 6,300 years ago. And I would also agree that, of course, only 8 people got off the ark and that the entire human population has come from those 8 people. But again, I do want to split hairs about this thing of him saying that the flood happened 4,400 years ago, because that is not biblical. That is false. And the chart that he is holding up is wrong, and it's demonstrably false. And this is a big deal because his chart that he sells on his website says that the children of Israel were only in Egypt for 215 years. And in order to get this 4004 BC, 6,000-year-old earth, according to the Bible, you have to put the children of Israel in Egypt for only 215 years, when the Bible very...
What do you say?
Just put a link up again. I don't see it on here.
Okay.
Thank you. And you can continue.
Clearly states in Exodus 12 that the children of Israel were in Egypt for 430 years, not 215. And so that is over 200-year discrepancy just right there in the chart. There are some other discrepancies as well, but that's really the big one. And so if we believe the Bible is God's word, then we must believe that the children of Israel were in Egypt for 430 years, not 215 years, as that chart shows.
Well, I want to ask though, when we talk about human population for a second here, are you also agreeing that from a scientific perspective that it seems scientifically provable or that it leads to the conclusion that population would really only limit it to a couple, 6,000 years or 6,300?
I would agree that it's very unrealistic to believe that the human population just stayed so incredibly low for so long. I mean, here's the thing. If you believe in the kind of Bible rejecting paradigm that humans evolved from apes, you'd have to believe that humans are basically just accomplishing nothing for hundreds of thousands of years, and they're just kind of going ooga booga. And then all of a sudden, around 2700 BC, they just start building giant cities and aqueducts and all of these magnificent structures. Obviously,
I mean, we have cave paintings and cave art that goes back tens of thousands of years. We have ritualistic burials. So I don't know what Anderson's talking about. Ooga booga. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's kind of a bad argument to say that, we didn't evolve from apes, because the evolutionary position is that we are great apes.
Right.
It's not like we evolved from them. We're still them.
Right.
Okay. Speak for yourself on that one.
Well, he's saying what the evolutionary position is.
Yeah, the scientific, like with binomial nomenclature and the Linnaeus classification system, yes, in fact, we are great apes.
Yeah, and there's also a couple hundred genders or whatever, but it's science, right?
What?
I said there's also a couple hundred genders and whatnot, but it's science, right?
That I mean, that has absolutely nothing to do with Linnaeus classification.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, it's to do with science. It's not necessarily to do with that. I haven't
What
heard
part of science?
Anderson. I haven't heard Anderson in a long time. I guess him and Kent don't see eye to eye very much, do they?
Just
What
wait.
It had to
what
do
part of
with his
science are you talking about when you
divorce.
refer to 100 genders? Like, how does that
Yeah,
have anything to do with
just general
taxonomic?
science.
Like what, third grade general science?
Sure.
Okay, just checking.
That's unrealistic. I do believe that you can just objectively look at it and say, okay, human beings haven't been here for hundreds of thousands of years. No, human beings were created by God, 6,300 years ago, and the flood happened, approximately 4,700 years ago, and then the population has grown from there. And you can do the math, and it does work. If you start with those 8 people, you can get to the populations that we see in the ancient world with some pretty realistic numbers. And I would like to change the subject and talk about the moon a little bit if we're done here with this one.
Well, we will get to the moon. I want to give Dr. Hovind a chance.
Didn't he start off with the moon, like Anderson, or was that Hovind?
Hovind, I think.
Hovind. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Just to say something here, if you wanted to comment on that before we go to the next question.
No, I'd be glad to. I did not realize Brother Anderson is going to be so confrontational about everything. I'll be glad to debate you on how long they were in Egypt if you'd like to have a debate. I've had 351 debates with atheists.
Just from the short time I've been here.
430 years. That does.
Just from the short time I've been here, I'm surprised at how confrontational Anderson is being. I haven't heard from Anderson in a long time, but this is surprising.
Yeah,
I mean, they have different views on the subject. It's not necessarily that he's being confrontational. I mean, they're expressing their views.
I mean, he's being pretty confrontational. I would say it's pretty obvious. I'm surprised it's this confrontational. It may not be super confrontational, but I joined in late. But from what I've seen so far, it's been like pretty heated. Like, this guy obviously strongly disagrees with Ken Hovind very much.
And it might have been ever since that one thing they stopped being friends.
I don't know what would have caused them to stop being friends. I don't even know if they were ever friends.
I think it's funny that Missing Mod is saying that I'm defending a hateful racist. I'm not a Steven Anderson fan. I'm well aware of his status as a hate preacher, but we're reviewing this debate, and really, in all honesty, Kent Hovind and Steven Anderson share very, very similar views when it comes to things like what Lupin brought up and gender and
homosexuality.
And yeah, I believe both of them say that homosexuals should be killed by the government, which is abhorrent. That's a terrible position to take in this day and age. We're not ancient Israel.
I don't know if they say that
they do
verbatim.
Yes,
they do.
Yes, they do. Both
they do.
And Matt Powell as well, very
That's
clearly.
Anderson is more angry and hateful about it.
Yeah, he's certainly more verbose about, but as far as what they actually say, they're in lockstep with each other on those topics.
Well,
they really are.
Can I give you an example of what I've heard Ken Hovind say and how I interpret it? Let's say I had a strange contagious disease that there was no cure for. Would it be better for society to either contain me or kill me versus letting me go and continually spread this disease?
Like
what
what
would
kind
be
of disease?
I don't know.
There are protocols
like
in place
AIDS
for stuff
or
like
something
that.
like
We're talking about today's day and age, so
Yeah,
we're
sure,
talking about today.
There's protocols in places like that for Ebola, like smallpox stuff. If you get contracted one of these diseases that there aren't really cures for, which we cured smallpox, so that wasn't a very good example. But yeah, there are protocols in place to not only ensure the safety of your life, but those around you as well, to stop the spread of the contagion.
I mean,
that's not
we
the
were
same
just
thing as
basically put on lockdown for something that just recently happened. So, I mean,
you might have. I wasn't.
I mean, a lot of the world was, Mark. I mean, come on.
Let's concentrate on the video. I think you're getting off topic here.
A little bit.
Does not start with the time they went down there as slaves. You need to do a little more study on that. That's easily answered. The flood was 4,400 years ago. So do a little more study, brother. I'll help you if you'd like. You're wrong.
No,
I'm right.
you need
Okay,
to do a little bit more study on that, because it is literally impossible to make any descendant of the person Israel be in Egypt for 430 years based on your chart. So I would love for you to maybe another day make a video where you show how the children of Israel spent 430 years in Egypt according to your chart. I would love to see that, because it's literally impossible.
You really would? I don't think you would love to see it, because then you're going to have to eat crow, brother. Crow doesn't taste good, but that's okay. Let's go to the topic.
Robin, the panel, are you talking about the panel that we're watching or the panel that we are consisting of? Because in the video, we're watching Kent Hovind. The channel host is the Baptist Bias, and the opponent to Kent would be Steven Anderson, infamous hate preacher. So, and then Lupin's here with us, Big Bad Mama, Gangster Ghost, and myself.
This is pretty. I like the spiciness, but I would love to see both of those videos.
One time, is Abraham the beginning of the children of Israel? Did he go to Egypt? Is Isaac the beginning of Israel? Did he go to, these guys all went to Egypt.
Last time I checked,
let's have
Abraham
the debate
is
another
not,
night. We'll do the debate another night, Ben.
Last time I checked, Abraham is not Isaac's son. Last time I checked, Abraham is Jacob's grandpa. Okay, so calling Abraham a child of Israel is absurd. Okay, the children of Israel.
That's
he's
a
the
point
beginning
for
of Israel.
Anderson. Yes,
brother.
Well,
so he's a child
what
of Israel.
What happened to you?
All right. Well, all right. We understand there's conflict here. We understand there's conflict here.
Can I make my point?
Well,
like I said, I'm not a Steven Anderson fan, but for the sake of the debate, Anderson really had Kent there. He's right. Abraham was not a son of Isaac, and Abraham certainly was before Israel.
Well, I think that you've both made a lot of points that we're going to waste a lot of time on this one. So
hold on, I want to say one thing. Okay, calling Abraham the children of Israel is absurd. Abraham is Israel's grandpa, and so the children of Israel have to be, wait for it, children of Israel. That's all I want to say. I'm done.
Okay. Well, let's move. We're going to move on to another question.
Wait a minute, brother. Read my lips. Abraham began the whole line of the children of Israel. I believe that's what I said. I did not say he's the children of Israel. He started the whole thing. Well, let's go on to a new topic. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So when we talk about the Earth itself, and we've already brought this up, that modern science will basically say it's about 4.5 billion years old, and I want to bring a little bit of information up on the screen, just to kind of get a general consensus for a moment for our audience's sake. How are they coming up to this number? Well, you can look at an article. There's an article online. Basically, it asks the question. It says, how did scientists calculate the age of the Earth? And I wanted to at least read a few paragraphs from here. I don't know if we can bring that up on the screen or not, but most people, are kind of incredulous that believe the Bible on how they could get to 4.5 billion. People that believe in everything science says, they would say, well, of course, everything science says, that's why we have phones and that's why we have computers and all these different technologies.
I just want to point out something. Science doesn't say anything. It's the scientists that say stuff.
technologies because science. But if we talk about the age of the Earth specifically, this article talks about how they came up with that calculation. So in this article, it says, and I'm just going to start reading a little bit. Hopefully, they're going to be able to catch up with me on this. But in this article, it's a National Geographic. It says, as advances in chemistry, geology, and physics continue, scientists found a method by which the absolute age, or an actual number of years, of a rock or mineral sample could be determined. This method is called radiometric dating, and it involves the decay or breakdown of radioactive elements using radiometric dating techniques. It became possible to determine the actual age of a sample. So in this article, it describes how they use radiometric dating to determine essentially a rock age. And it also says in this article that one problem with this approach is kind of towards the bottom of the article if you're trying to find it. One problem with this approach to dating rocks and minerals on Earth is the presence of the rock cycle. It also says in this article, it says the oldest rocks that have been found are dated at about 3.8 billion years old, though some tiny minerals have been dated at 4.2 billion years. And then pretty much the last paragraph of this, if you scroll all the way down, I think you're still at the top, but if you scroll all the way down pretty much the bottom paragraph, it says to get around the difficulty presented by the rock cycle, scientists have looked elsewhere in the solar system for even older rock samples. They have examined rocks from the moon and from meteorites, neither of which have been altered by the rock cycle. The same techniques of radiometric dating have been used on those rocks. All the data from Earth and beyond has led to an estimated age of 4.5 billion years for our planet. And so this article makes it clear that the way that they've determined the age of the Earth specifically is through radiometric dating. Now, see if you can pull up the geologic column image that I have.
Ken's going to bring up contamination. I already see it coming.
Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, in order for these, you have to make sure that these rocks haven't been tampered with, they haven't been contaminated by anything. There's a lot of variables that go into radiometric dating, and the dating has been proven to be vastly the spread from one date to another has been like thousands of years, even on the same sample of something. So radiometric dating, Kent's going to go into his normal argument for radiometric dating.
Well, when it comes to radiometric dating, thousands of years is not really that big of an outlier.
Right. That's the error margin.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
and let me continue. Let me speak. And scientists are very careful where they collect their samples. They don't collect their samples where there's been groundwater contamination or what are called phenocrysts, which are older rocks contained within the matrix of the other, like surrounding volcanic rock. They're very specific about where they take their samples. And the different methods corroborate each other. Even carbon-14 is corroborated by dendrochronology and even archaeological finds like the Dead Sea Scrolls. So radiometric dating is based on the radioactive decay law. It's a law of physics. So nuclear decay is constant. It doesn't vary in any way in nature. So
in that case, some of this stuff wouldn't even be able to be measured if it were billions of years old.
I think some of the concerns that you're trying to articulate, Lupin, are like the initial assumptions that are taken into account when performing like radiometric dating. Like you have to assume the state of the object you're or the environment of the object that you're testing. You have to assume that carbon-14 was being released at the same rate. You do have to make some assumptions.
You do, exactly, yeah.
And also it operates on the presupposition of consistent decay rates, which are scientifically studied and analyzed and accounted for. But these challenges that radiometric dating does in fact have, they're accounted for as best as possible. But that being said, it's still the best method we have for, quantifying a date, an age of something.
I would say it is a way to do it, but I mean, as you said, there are some assumptions that are to be made, and there are some flaws. I'm not saying that it can never be right, but there's been cases, and again, they've been censored. They actually did like they did some kind of radiometric dating with I think it was radiometric or carbon dating. I forget which one you would use for woolly mammoths, and they censored them because they were put in the same date as triceratops, which they shouldn't be.
I'd have
So
to see that, and if it's censored, how are we going to see that? I mean,
I could get the clip for you.
well, I want a
Actually,
paper. I want a scientific paper. I don't want a YouTube clip.
oh, okay. Well, I can maybe find it for you. I can't promise you nothing.
All
If
that
it's
being
And of course,
said, in more layman's analysis of this, I would say that, like, if we find a skeleton in the ground of an adult female, we're gonna make that assumption or make that determination based on things we already know, assumptions that we have already that are reliable. But say that female that we find is Eve. We know that Eve was made a fully grown adult female, and we would see that skeleton and say this is a 35-year-old female, whatever, based on what we find. Now the assumptions are that she was born and she was grown up. However, with creation, that assumption is accounted for in that God created everything with age. Now I don't see any real super limiting issues with the carbon dating. I believe that when a scientist examines an artifact and takes into consideration the carbon 14 dating, I don't think they're getting wrong interpretations or wrong data. I think they're reading the data as it's supposed to be. So if they see something that's millions of years old, it's supposed to be millions of years old, just like you would have found Eve as a full adult woman. Well, she would have been well into 900s if when she died, but
I'm not sure when Eve died. I don't.
the Bible isn't clear.
I think it
But
just gets complicated whenever you start getting into millions and or billions of years. It gets very complicated because you go with the assumption already that those are millions or billions of years old.
well,
So
let's say
let me
this:
let me
Eve
let me
was
jump in here. Let me
supposed to
jump in
look.
here.
Eve was supposed to look like a fully mature adult female, just like a rock is supposed to look like a fully mature, evolved or what have you. Not necessarily evolved, but it's something that has age. And I think the assumption is, yes, it looks that old. That's why our measurements are saying it's that old, just like it would be if we found, a human female skeleton that died at the age of 35. We'd say 35-year-old female, sure.
yeah,
But
that's a reach, Mark.
Let
I
me
don't.
jump in here.
That's
Let
a
me
little
jump
bit
in
of
here.
apples
Lupin,
and oranges.
Lupin, you're interrupting me.
go ahead, Big Bad
Um,
Mama. I'm finished.
so carbon dating's only good to about 50,000 years for one thing, and we do need to know what the atmosphere was like at those times to make adjustments to our readings. But when we're talking about potassium argon dating, we don't have those same limitations that we have with carbon dating, and the other techniques as well. So I just want to make that clear that, yeah, carbon dating is only good for about 50,000 years at a max.
Yeah,
So you wouldn't use
I'll
it.
take
You wouldn't use it on a volcanic rock, for example, that was millions of years old.
Or just
I'll take
weeks
that
old either.
I'll take that as at face value because I don't have the data right now, and I'm not really trying to pull it up either. But
Let's get back to the video.
Yeah.
keep playing.
It's pretty big. But the geologic column is something that's going to be presented in geology textbooks. And they show all these different layers, and they label them all kinds of different things. And specifically, most of them are kind of labeled as a relation to the fossils that are found in that particular layer. Now, this isn't something that can be observed in the world where you can just see all of these different layers stacked up. However, scientists will say that you consistently see these type of fossils in these type of layers, and then they put dates out on the far right as far as how far they date that layer. So you can see, Jurassic, that's a pretty popular one that people may have heard of because of Jurassic Park, and they talk about dinosaurs. And they'll say that's a couple 100 million years ago. And then as you go down this list, it gets all the way to what's considered the Cambrian column, and that's specifically where they theorize that life began. And from an evolutionary perspective, they say these primitive life forms came into existence in the Cambrian period, and they slowly evolved over millions of years into the life forms we have today. Each one of these layers being dated through radiometric dating. At the bottom of this list, they're going to have, according to that article, they're going to say the bottom layers they found were 3.8 billion years. So I'm taking a minute to set this up, but I want people to understand where I'm coming from. The bottom layer is 3.8, and they theorize, well, some of these layers may have been destroyed through the rock cycle, so we can't necessarily rely upon that date. So they took samples from the moon specifically and other meteorite rocks, sampled them, and they got about the same number actually as the rock layers in the earth. And so they came up with an estimated age of 4.5 billion years. Now, I would say that all of these fossil layers were clearly laid down in the flood, which would be about 4,800, 4,700 years ago. Obviously, that was really contentious. Some people might say 4,400. I don't really care for the sake of this discussion this evening, okay? But obviously, it was not 100 million years ago or 400 million years ago. So that would make this entire geologic column dating specifically wrong. And what I would say is I don't understand how, if radiometric dating is wrong on all of these top layers, why it wouldn't also be wrong on the bottom layer. Now, that's kind of just my view on this. And I want to get both of your opinion here. Dr. Hoven, is there any sense where the Earth itself is 4.5 billion years old? Or do you kind of just think that's like a made-up number? What is kind of your opinion on how they're coming to these conclusions?
Thank you, sir. First place, there is no such thing as a geologic column. It does not exist. The Earth has layers, there's no question. If the top layer is younger, I keep asking them, I debate these atheists all the time. I say, guys, if the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Did it come from outer space? Moving it from one place to another does not change the age. I've got a coffee cup made out of clay 2 years ago. Here's a fossil fish, it's now on top. So this fish has to be less than 2 years old because it's on top of my coffee cup. The geologic.
It matters as a layer, Kent, not when things were made. So your fossil on top of your coffee cup was laid on the cup after the cup. So it's younger. That layer is younger than the cup. And also, we date things in the geologic column by volcanic rocks, usually, not by fossils. Index fossils are used to compare layers that might be in different locations, but to kind of corroborate the information. But what you're measuring is the age of volcanic layers that are within the geologic column. And they're pretty consistent. And I would ask Kent, and I have asked him this, even if it was a global flood, wouldn't you have a flood geologic column that would be formed? He said that fossils of clams are at the bottom and birds are at the top. That would constitute a geologic column.
Geologic column is stupid. It does not exist anywhere. But that's the Bible for the atheist. As far as carbon dating, it doesn't work. It never has worked. It's based on some assumptions. Here's their geologic column, which invented in 1830. It doesn't exist anywhere except the textbook. Top layers. Here's an analogy people understand. If you walked into a room and you found a candle burning on a table, And I asked you the very simple question, when was it lit? How long's it been burning? You say, I don't know. Well, let's do some science. Let's measure the candle. So we measure it. We get a micrometer that goes down to 400 bazillionths of an inch, okay? And we find out that candle is 7 inches tall. And nobody argues. We agree the candle is 7 inches tall. Then we're going to measure how fast it's burning. So we get an Olympic stopwatch and we time it. We get it down. It's burning 1 inch per hour. We got two facts nobody argues about. It's 7 inches tall. It's burning 1 inch an hour. When was it lit? Well, now you can't possibly tell me unless you go into assumptions instead of science. How tall was it? I don't know. Has it always burned at the same rate? I don't know. We know there are things that affect the decay of carbon-14. We know there are things, you don't know how much was in it when it started, and it doesn't have to just be carbon. It could be potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead-208, lead-206. All of them have the very same assumptions. You don't know how much was in it when it started. You don't know it's always been the same rate. You don't know it's never been contaminated. No potassium, none of these dates they're throwing out would hold up in an honest court of law. They date the layers by the fossils they contain, which is stupid. It's circular reasoning. They date the fossil by the layer and the layer by the fossil. That's how they do it. And they admit it. And they say, we don't have a better way to do it. They're arguing in a circle. I got tons of, my video number 7 covers all that for probably 45 minutes if you want to take the whole program. Go to drdino.com, D-R-D-I-N-O, get the whole seminar for $50, 18 hours. And I cover it in great detail, including there is no geologic column at all. It does not exist. It's so dumb to say the layers are different. Layers form sideways as the moon pulls the water up and down with the tide. The water's rushing in and out of the tidal bump, called tidal pumping. That's what made all the layers in 1 year. They're not different.
I want to ask a specific question. When we talk about radiometric dating, would you agree that radiometric dating, the logic behind it seems legitimate, Dr. Hovind, even though the numbers are off? Like, do you think it could give relative ages as far as something being older or younger, albeit it doesn't necessarily give an accurate age specifically, or do you just think it's not reliable in any sense?
Well, you can demonstrate. They will test samples that are still alive and get ancient numbers. They know it doesn't work, but that's all they've got. And they want billions of years to make their frog turn to a prince. They have to have billions of years or their whole evolution theory looks stupid. You can tell them all, I said it looks stupid with billions of years, okay? But it's real stupid without billions of years. And whether it's potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead-208, there's probably 9 different ways they do this. Carbon-14, carbon-13, changing to carbon-12, understand the half-life situation. There's so many things that affect it. It is a useless method. They should throw them all out. None of them matter.
Pastor Anderson, when it comes to the Earth being estimated at 4.5 billion years old, is that something that you think is true in any sense, or do you think that that's not a very reliable number?
So let me start by going back to the question that you asked Dr. Hovind about the geologic column, and then you talked about, the radiometric dating that gives the 4.5 billion number. Well, first of all, that's a conflation of two totally separate issues because no one is using radiometric dating to date those layers. As Dr. Hovind pointed out, they use the fossils to date the layers and the layers to date the fossils, and they will readily admit that. Secular textbooks will say that because of the fact that radiometric dating does not work on sedimentary rocks, okay? Radiometric dating only works on igneous rocks. And so all fossils are found in sedimentary rocks.
That checks out, by the way. So
right.
It seems like Steven Anderson is much better prepared for this engagement than Kent was.
Right. I mean, what you have is you have sedimentary rocks that are between two igneous layers. And so you date those igneous layers and it gives you what's in between has to occur in that time span. So that's how you would date that sedimentary layer that's in between. And then you have maybe a trace fossil in there of some extinct organism, and you can trace that over to a layer in another location. And you can have that as, you can suppose that that's the date of that layer and corroborate that with volcanic layers that are in that location. So it's pretty well documented.
I just think it's funny that, this guy who's known as a hate preacher is schooling the one who claims to be the world's greatest creationist. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
There are no fossils in igneous rocks. There are no fossils in metamorphic rocks. If you use radiometric dating on a metamorphic rock, you're just dating when the metamorphosis happened. And if you use it on an igneous rock, you can actually get an age of that rock. Okay, so radiometric dating is for igneous rocks, not sedimentary rocks. And so it really has nothing to do with that geologic column. And as far as carbon dating goes, no one is claiming that carbon dating goes back millions of years. That's a common misconception, of course, and I'm sure Dr. Hovind knows this. That's why he brought up the other radiometric dating methods, because carbon dating is only somewhat accurate back to around like 2000 BC, where they can actually calibrate it with historical events. And even people who would try to push it back further, which again, could be falling prey to the fallacy that I brought up earlier about extending the trend beyond the data points. They might push it back 20,000 years or 30,000 years or something like that. Nobody's going to say that carbon dating goes back millions of years, and radiometric dating is therefore not relevant to the so-called geologic column, because as you said, obviously this isn't some object out of nature that anybody could even go look at. But I personally have no.
Yeah.
So he has to basically state that it's only corroborated back to whatever he said, 2000 years or 2000 BC. I'm not sure what he said, but we use dendrochronology, and we use lake sediments called varves to corroborate carbon dating as well. And those go back tens of thousands of years. Dendrochronology a little less, but
well, I think
we do have other techniques to corroborate carbon dating other than archaeological items like the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is kind of what he's indicating here.
Yeah, I think he's kind of limiting his position to like human historical evidence.
Because he's a 6,000-year-old
right.
creationist. That's why he's limiting it that way. But I just wanted to point that out.
Cool.
No issue if they're doing all these different radiometric dating methods with all different elements, different things on the moon, meteorites, things on Earth, and everything kind of seems to be pointing to this 4.5 billion number. I have absolutely no issue with that number, because I have no issue with God creating a 30-year-old man in the Garden of Eden, or a 100-year-old tree, or a 500-year-old tree, or a 4.6 billion-year-old sun. Supposedly the sun is a type of star that would have a lifespan of around 10 billion years. So if God created Adam in the prime of life, if he created trees and animals in the prime of life, why would it be hard to believe that he created the sun in the prime of its life, that, he created a 4.6 billion year old sun, a 4.6 billion year old Earth 6,300 years ago, because everything has apparent age.
See, and Stephen Anderson is doing a pretty good job of articulating my position when it comes to apparent age. Sure, God could have created, just as well a 46 billion year old sun as a 30-year-old man. And yeah, I think that is the more biblical position than Kent, who thinks that everything about evolution means that it was literally billions and billions and billions. He doesn't even take into account really the apparent age theory. He just says, "Oh, evolution is all wrong. All the evidence for evolution is wrong."
Right, even though he'll admit that evolution exists in the next sentence, he'll admit, microevolution exists and
like if anybody's being adversarial here or combative, it is Kent, because he's not dealing with the actual facts. He's strawmanning. He's strawmanning the positions. He's strawmanning his own position at times even, and that's just silly. But it's like he just says whatever fits his narrative at any given time, but then contradicts himself. Like you're saying, he'll refute evolution, and by the exact same argument, confirm it.
Right. Steven Anderson just seems better prepared here, and he's not the professional debater, but I don't agree with either one, of course, but he is better. Has a better argument than Kent does.
Yeah, and that's really what I was saying. And I think my microphone cut out there for a bit, but we can carry on.
Yeah, I had some rice burning on the stove, and it turned into what is the rock called that
Conglomerate?
That comes from volcanoes?
Igneous.
Igneous, yeah. The rock, the rice turned into igneous stone.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Well,
go.
let me
I'm
make
gonna-
it clear that igneous rock is either extrusive, which is volcanic rock, or it's intrusive, in which it's solidified underneath the surface of the earth, and that would be your granitoids. So just a little bit of some education there.
This one was burnt tusive. I'm gonna send it to a lab and get it tested.
Good.
You do that.
I'm gonna get a government
Created
grant
a
for it.
mature creation, and I believe that doesn't just go for Adam or a tree; it goes for everything.
Okay. What about you, Dr. Hovind? When do you think that there could be any kind of truth to the apparent age of things we find in the solar system or the universe, that the sun is in its life cycle of billions of years old, and so maybe perhaps it gives some kind of an apparent age that it's that old, or what is your kind of view on that?
Well, I know, I agree. Adam was a full-grown man. He could walk, talk, get married, name all the animals first day. He was a full-grown man. And Eve was created out of a rib, a full-grown woman. So yeah, it has to be. It would to us it would appear that it had age. To Adam, he would say it looks all brand new to him. Here's a tree with apples already growing on it.
So here's the thing. Here's the contradiction, because Kent is arguing against all these apparent age determinations by science or radiometric dating or what have you, but then he's going to turn around and say, well, yeah, it has apparent age. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's one or the other. It either has apparent age or it has age.
I mean, I missed a lot of what we're talking about, but if we're going by the creation account, and I think you would even agree with me, Mark, that whenever Adam was created, he was created with age, and everything would look new to him.
Well, everything
I'm
would
not-
appear
and I'm
to
not-
be
yeah.
also with age. Like, he would look at a mountain and see it as, something that wasn't a day old in its, infancy or formation. It's a mature, geologically placed, monument per se.
So let me. I can kind of cut through this real quickly, because so what Anderson is saying is that radiometric dates are probably correct for the technique, but that since God created these things with age, that those billions of years aren't really billions of years, but that the technique is still right for what it's
Yes.
measuring. Kent
Yes.
is saying that the techniques are totally wrong from the get-go, and they don't, and he, of course, he has no evidence for this. He uses the Mount St. Helens rocks, which were dating a fresh rock without any daughter material, and also using a lab that that had equipment that couldn't accurately measure less than 2 million years, material of less than 2 million years. So Anderson's argument at least holds up logically. If of course, you have to accept God and that kind of thing. But Kent's argument is just that all these techniques are wrong, and yet he cannot produce any evidence of that.
But then he turns and supports Anderson's argument by saying, well, yeah, of course it looks old. But everything he said up to this point has contradicted that.
Can you rewind it maybe like 2 minutes?
No.
Well, I think did I summarize it right, Mark?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I mean,
And
I think
again,
Lupin, I think they're going to talk about it some more here. So,
and again,
this is
an
long.
outright
Let's.
disclaimer: I am not a Steven Anderson supporter. I think he's a hate preacher. I think that he takes extremist views on LGBTs. But for the sake of this debate, he is taking Kent Hovind to school. He really is. He came well prepared for this debate.
I'm not. I think I
Unless
heard.
God put into his mind that, hey, has to go through this system of planting a seed and growing a tree. But God probably already pre-programmed his brain to know a lot of things. He could walk and talk, first day. So yeah, I think certainly there would be, to us, it would appear like an age. The sun is burning an awful lot of hydrogen and making helium and lithium and other elements. And I think those are necessary. Some of those are necessary for life down here. So I think God made it all planned perfectly. And the sun, burning up a huge amount of fuel every second, would have a limited life expectancy of whatever it is. So yeah, it was created, to us, it would look like it's in the middle of its life cycle. So I think Brother Anderson and I can agree on that. It would have to be, to us, the appearance of age. 17 times, well, they look at the stars and see them producing light. And when they look at it through a spectrograph, it produces what's called a red shift, the Doppler effect. And they say, wow, the stars are moving away from us. And I would agree. It appears that all the stars are moving away from Earth. All the known stars I'm aware of are producing a red shift. So they say, wow, all the stars are moving away. I agree. They'll say, see, that proves that all used to be together in one dot and it exploded. Oh, it doesn't prove any such thing. His data points are right. They could have started moving away yesterday and give the same red shift. 17 times in the Bible, it says God stretched out the heavens. If you read the Bible, God made the earth first, and then he made the stars a couple days later. And then it says he stretched them out into place. So of course, they could be billions of light years away and be 6,000 years old. So it's a matter of, they're confusing a light year. A light year is a distance, it's not a time. It's a distance that light travels in a year today at 186,242 miles per second or whatever it is, okay? So I think that it would certainly have an appearance of age, but still was created just exactly like the Bible says, in 6 days, literal 24-hour days. He said so in the 10 Commandments. He wrote on a rock with his finger, in 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. Could not be more clear.
I agree with that, and I think that's something that's hard to disagree with. I believe
Can you
the
pause for 1
closest
second,
star
Mark?
is
sorry.
To be fair, I think Kent Hovind walked
Wait a
into
minute,
this pretty
Lupin.
unprepared. I just want to say that. I didn't get to say it.
Okay.
I agree.
So Kent says that a light year's a distance, not a time. And then he goes on to say that, it's based on miles per second. So what is a second in that equation there? It's a time. So he's wrong. It's distance and time.
No, a light year is distance.
That travels in a year.
Yeah,
it
uses both.
It uses both distance and time. That's the point. And when you're saying miles per second, you're putting time into it. And Kent just said miles per second.
Well, you do have a point there. Okay. But I still don't think you can equate distance and time. I think maybe you could put them together, but you can't. You really can't. I don't see it. The way that I see it, I mean, it's like, look, if you take a grenade and the grenade blows up, you're going to get pieces that are dug into the ground immediately, and you're going to get pieces that fly out far away. How old is each piece? They're all still the same age. They just travel different distances. So, I mean, you could do.
But it took less time for the fragment to travel into the ground as opposed to the distance that the one traveled through space.
Depends on how far it traveled into the ground.
No, it depends on the time it took it to get there.
Well,
yeah, you said it was a grenade, so it has to be relatively close because grenades don't go into the ground hundreds of miles away. They go into the ground meters and tens of
Yeah.
meters, maybe.
A hand grenade, U.S. Army hand grenade, has like a 5-meter kill radius.
5 what meter?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just continue.
Approximated to be 4 light years away. So if that's true, let's just assume that that's accurate, an accurate estimate, that would mean that Adam would have had to wait 4 years to see the first star if God didn't either A, speed up the process by which the starlight was able to be appearing on that fourth day of creation, or that he created it in a mature state where the photons are already traveling there. Is that something you would kind of agree with, Dr. Hovind?
Yeah. Well, again, God made the stars, and he made them to be lights on the earth. So he could make the light in transit. He could make the star and the light at the same time. My God can do anything. So I wanted to wait and watch the movie when we get to heaven, or DVD or whatever they use up there. But God made the earth first, and then he made the stars and stretched them out into place. So yeah, Adam could see them first day.
And from you, Pastor Anderson, that's pretty much kind of how you view these things as well. Is that true?
Well, I think that there's a very fundamental difference between Dr. Hovind's view and my view, because he believes that there's all this evidence that the earth is young. And I'm saying that I believe God created the earth because the Bible says so, and that he created it about 6,300 years ago because the Bible says so. But no, I believe that, just scientifically looking at it, it looks old because he created a mature earth. And that's a pretty big difference, saying that it doesn't appear billions of years old, or that there's not.
Is it really, though? I mean,
play it back. Play it back. Let me hear it one more time.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, play that part back a little bit, because I didn't hear it either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really not convoluted, though.
I gotta hear. Let me hear it again. Yeah.
I went back a little far, but okay.
It's okay.
It'll be all right.
Kind of how you view these things as well. Is that true?
Well, I think that there's a very fundamental difference between Dr. Hovind's view and my view, because he believes that there's all this evidence that the earth is young. And I'm saying that I believe God created the earth because...
Okay, right there, he's saying the evidence by Kent's definition says the earth is young. But his contradiction, what Stephen Anderson is arguing, is that the evidence says the earth is old because the Bible says it's supposed to look like that. It's supposed to appear to have age. And this is what I was talking about.
Where does
with
it say it
Kent
appears?
not
that
being
it's
able to
supposed
have
look?
2 Peter chapter 3, the heavens were created of old.
2 Peter chapter 3?
Yeah. 2 Peter 3.
Let me pull it up real quick. You can continue talking.
So basically what I was saying with Kent earlier, when I said he can't have his cake and eat it too, he's arguing for all of his points are that the evidence does not say the earth is old. But he's also adopting the position, when confronted with it, that the earth has apparent age, which, if you're taking the position that the earth has apparent age, then logically the age that you're seeing, it's apparent to you, is an old earth. But Kent's trying to take both positions. And
I think the other way. I think Stephen Anderson is trying to take both positions. Continue on. Let me hear it.
Because the Bible says so, and that he created it about 6,300 years ago because the Bible
Pause.
says so. But no, I believe.
So he's saying the Bible said that. Okay, what is he saying, that he believes that the Bible says that God created the earth 6,000 years ago, or that he's saying that
Yes.
that's what Kent's...
The Bible is clear that every heavens and the earth were created 6,300 approximately, years ago. A relatively young creation.
So Anderson is saying that the earth is 6,000 years ago old.
Yes, with the apparent age baked into
Okay.
the creation.
Continue.
Wait. So yeah, I have a comment on this because Mark, you're exactly right on this. So Anderson's using a purely biblical interpretation for his evidence, and that's his evidence. But Kent still has not provided a single piece of evidence that the Earth is 6,000 years old. He wants people to think that he's got all this evidence that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Yet,
Well, he uses the evidence of the flood. That's Kent's evidence basis for that.
well, that's biblical evidence. So I'm saying he's trying to use like the moon recession and the population. Well, the moon recession was a bad example for Kent, but he used the population example as proof that the Earth was 6,000 years old. But Stephen Anderson says all the scientific evidence points to an old Earth. It's just we have this appearance of age that makes it not so. Of course, I don't agree with that, but he's at least consistent. And Kent wants it both ways. He wants he wants to use the appearance with age argument, but at the same time try to provide scientific evidence that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Mark, did I kind of sum that up?
Yeah, he's eating it, having his cake and eating it too.
He uses a flood. I don't know. I gotta listen to what I wish I was more prepared for this, but yeah, go ahead. Hello?
I believe that, just scientifically looking at it, it looks old because he created a mature Earth. And that's a pretty big difference, saying that it doesn't appear billions of years old, or that there's not evidence that it's billions of years old. And I'm saying that is what it looks like. Now, one thing I want to bring up is the moon, because, the moon is covered in a tremendous amount of craters, and these craters are huge. And there is absolutely no way that the moon received all of those craters in the last 6,300 years. There's just absolutely no way that all of that has happened during that time. And so therefore, when God created the moon, it already had all those impact craters.
You can't say that
already on
you
it.
don't know what happened
aside from the few
ago.
that have happened.
He doesn't know what happened 6,000 years ago. They have assumptions on how the craters got there, but there's other theories out there.
Well, we're going to hear Kent's theory coming up here, and they're going to go at it. So this will be interesting.
This is going to be the ice canopy theory, I'm sure.
It gets brought up briefly, but it's not the only. It's the fountains of the deep argument.
Right. Yeah.
Happened since then. But I'm talking about the vast majority of those craters, and certainly all of the giant craters that you see on the moon, did not happen in the last 6,300 years. And so, therefore, the moon has the appearance of being billions of years old because, it had to have gone through all the processes and been impacted all of those times to have that appearance.
So I'd like to throw it over to you, Dr. Hovind. When it comes to the moon itself, and the craters that are seen through telescopes, what is your opinion on the impact craters themselves? Do you believe that the moon was created with impact craters, or do you think all of these impact craters are a result of the last 6,000 approximate years?
I believe God made a perfect universe. There were no craters on the moon. Everything was fine. And when the fountains of the deep broke open, a cubic foot of rock weighs about 64 pounds. There was probably 10 miles of rock on top of.
So he said there's something interesting. He said everything was fine. Is the moon not fine now?
No,
is there something not fine about the moon?
There's a bunch of craters that hit it.
It's ugly. It's
I love
ugly.
the moon. It's a beautiful sight to behold.
It is, but it's got flaws. A diamond is beautiful, but flaws make it even
right.
more
But it's still fine, right?
Yeah, but a crater's not a flaw. I mean, it's just a rock. Yeah. The moon is a rock.
Right, but it's been damaged. It's been obviously damaged.
But it's still fine.
I mean,
it's okay. Like it's
Word,
okay.
yeah. I mean,
it's not
sure.
in trouble.
But I mean, what Ken is saying is perfectly fine. That maybe the moon did not have craters 6,000 years ago. I don't know. I
But the
wasn't
thing
there.
is, the evidence suggests that there have been impacts on the moon for much longer than 6,000 years. That's what the evidence suggests. What Anderson is arguing is that the moon was created with craters. Kent's saying, no, it's not.
Well,
And I
I
mean,
don't think
and his
either of them
argument,
can prove it.
his defense is that it was fine then, but supposedly now it's not. It's
Let's
just
continue.
it's a weird argument. It really is.
I mean, the canopy
Water
theory
under the crust of the earth. The Bible says
We
the
haven't gotten there
fountains of
yet.
the great deep broke open. The earth cracked up like an eggshell, and it still has those cracks today called fault lines all over the world. I believe the weight of all that rock on that water at the beginning of the flood, the earth cracked, that water went shooting out like a missile and would launch rocks up and plaster the moon like a shotgun in 10 minutes, or however long it takes the rocks to get there, okay? So I believe the bigger craters are on.
The physics doesn't add up. Escape velocity is not.
I can't agree with you. Hello? Why? Are we still on or what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think my headset cut out again. I'm cooking, so I'm in the kitchen and in my bedroom.
All right.
But what I was saying is,
igneous rice.
for Kent's position, the physics doesn't work. To achieve escape velocity, you have to have a certain amount of energy to use, and that's these fountains of the deep supposed like broke open the fault lines that we see today. Even they would not provide enough energy to propel rocks large enough to create craters on the moon, because those are impacts that are known to have been 40,000-50,000 mile an hour impacts, and the physics just doesn't add up to have an object launched from Earth to impact the moon at that kind of speed. It
Yeah,
just doesn't work.
I can neither prove nor disprove that because
Well, I'm telling you, it doesn't work. I have looked at this
I mean,
information.
Yeah, but you
there's
would have
numbers.
to know the amount of pressure created at that time when the fountains of the deep broke open, and I don't think there's any way for us to actually know what that was.
Well,
So,
judging by what we do know,
what we do know,
it absolutely is not physically possible. Physics do not work that way.
Right, but again, atmospheric change, pressures, and everything like that, assuming it was different 6,000 years ago, could change those numbers. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal to me. To be honest with you, young Earth, old Earth, it's not really a huge thing for me with create. Well, I mean, it's an interesting talking point, but it's not the important thing to focus on with Christianity. But you can continue.
Let me say one thing, Mark. When Kent shows, he says, well, the fountains of the deep are still around. And he basically shows hydrothermal vents, which are occurring at ridges, rifts, mid-oceanic rifts. And how is that related to something launching what Anderson calls stadium-sized rocks?
Right, they would have
and
to be
bombarding the moon.
Some of the
we're
some of the
talking-
craters, they would have to be that size, moving at like astronomical speeds to make.
Could
craters
you
get
imagine
made.
the pressures of whenever the fault lines, whenever they cracked open, and how much pressure that would have caused? To say that they could not make it into orbit is, it's.
Well, that's the thing. They
Is
have
it-
done
is
those
it pro-
studies,
is it
and the
probable?
physics does not work.
I mean, like I said, I don't know, because I don't know how much pressure there was, how much buildup there was. So, I don't think it's anything that we'll know. I'll ask God whenever I get up there, or I'll ask Jesus and be like, how'd that happen? You can continue.
On one side of the moon, and the other smaller craters on the other side of the moon. Let's see, I've got pictures here somewhere. I didn't know we were going to talk about that, but I believe the bigger craters on the near side facing us were from the direct blast from the Noah's flood, the fountains of the deep launching these rocks up there. They would easily reach escape velocity with that much pressure. It's 30 tons per square inch would be the pressure. And then some of them shot past and drifted around in space, and some of them came back by moon's gravity and hit the backside. The backside of the moon, the craters are very small. And the near side, some of them are huge. Some of those rocks that got blasted off from the Earth when the fountains of the deep broke open are still flying around. And we are flashing around, rolling around the sun, and we smack into them like bugs on a windshield, and we're still hitting the rocks that came off the Earth 4,400 years ago. So yeah, I disagree on that one. I think the moon was made perfect. It was not made to look ugly with craters on it. I think it was nice and smooth, a shining object, and the flood of Noah and the fountains of the deep made, I'm going to pick a wild number, 95% of the craters made in first few months. A few more have been landing since then. But yeah, I think it all, the flood explains it all.
Zero evidence.
So I want to kind of give an open discussion here. It sounds like y'all definitely don't agree on this particular viewpoint. What is your response as far as what Dr. Hovind said, Pastor Anderson?
I think that is probably one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my life. And let me just give some facts. There are over 5,000 craters on the moon that are at least 12 miles in diameter. And that's so huge. The type of a meteor that it would take to create a crater that's more than 12 miles, many of them are way more than that, but I'm saying 5,000 of them are more than 12 miles. Well, even just to make a 12-mile diameter crater, you're going to need a projectile at least 1 kilometer in diameter. So when he talks about rocks being shot up into space from Earth, let's just be clear that in order to make one of those craters, even the smallest of the 5,000, you would need a projectile about 1 kilometer in diameter. So you expect me to believe that easily, as he said, rocks were fired at 25,000 miles an hour that were bigger than football stadiums. So football stadium size.
And yes.
Your mic cut out.
Mark, you're muted, maybe.
Thank you for that.
It simply doesn't exist.
Can you repeat, Mark? Because you cut out.
Yeah, you did cut out.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. So what he's saying is right. Like the volume of mass to cause that kind of crater, in addition to the speed it would have to be moving, is not possible. It's not physically possible. I mean, 1 kilometer wide, the mass of that is just almost, incomprehensible to us. We can't move like a square kilometer of Earth without much effort. And the energy required to launch that at escape velocity and still reach the moon 63,000 miles away, the physics does not exist for that to be real. It just doesn't. It's not there. That would be like to the tune of millions of nuclear weapons, that sort of energy, and it's just not there. There was an actual experiment. They launched essentially was a manhole cover into the upper atmosphere with an atomic bomb.
I've seen that.
Yeah, and that was 25 kilograms. We're talking about a square kilometer, a cubic kilometer of mass.
Did it reach escape velocity?
No, it did not. It did not get put into orbit necessarily, but it did reach the outermost parts of the atmosphere. Technically outer space, but it came back.
Well, can I add something here real quick? We're also presupposing that there's this huge ocean underneath the surface of the Earth that's free water that's under pressure at that time.
There is. Well,
there still is
water under
Big
Earth.
Bad Mama. There still is.
Well, no, there's
the
water.
pressure.
There's water in the mantle that's tied to minerals. It's called ringwoodite. You can look it up. but there's not caverns of free water down in the ocean that are just waiting for some hole to be punched in it so that there's enough pressure that they can launch rocks to the moon.
You already brought it up with the hydrothermic vents. Of course, where do you think that water's coming from?
The water's coming from the ocean and it's going
No,
down and
that
it's getting
water-
heated. It's getting heated. You're interrupting me, Lupin.
That water's in a pocket.
The water's getting heated. It's going, it goes down into fissures. It gets heated at depth and then it comes back up as basically hot springs under the ocean. And that's what these hydrothermal vents are, black smokers.
Yeah, and as far as we know, there's no bodies of water that are trapped under tremendous pressures. You can dive to the depths of these caves. I think 250 meters is about the limitation of our technology as far as, cave diving goes. But, there's no like astronomical pressure other than what is natural by the sheer weight of water at depth.
It's another impossibility of Kent's argument.
Yeah, the physics does not exist for that to happen. It just doesn't. It doesn't exist, and that's fact. I've looked at this stuff to have that big of a mass launched at escape velocity and then some. Escape velocity is just to get it out of Earth's orbit. We're talking about impacting the moon at 20,000 miles an hour. The physics doesn't exist to account for that. It's a ridiculous concept even to postulate that the Earth has launched, a kilometer wide, rock at the moon and caused a 12-kilometer crater. It doesn't exist. It's laughable. But that's what Kent's postulating.
I wasn't there, so I can't.
Well, that's not an argument. It's really not. It's a cop out.
It could have been leprechauns then, because we don't know. We weren't there. I mean, you can make up any sort of thing.
Hey, he says it's his theory. So if he's wrong, then he's wrong.
That's the thing. The physics does not support his theory. Therefore, his theory is wrong.
It's not even a theory. It's not a scientific theory. It has a body of evidence and a body of facts to support it. So it doesn't even fit a hypothesis really. It's just Hovind's idea is what it comes down to.
It contradicts the facts as we know it, because that amount of energy doesn't exist within the Earth to be able to launch. We're talking about metric tons of material. Hundreds of these, thousands of these into the moon. It's just not there. It doesn't exist. There's not that much surface tension within the Earth itself. I mean, the biggest earthquakes we get are, what's the biggest ever recorded, Big Bad Mama? You should know
Probably
this.
like an 8 point something.
No,
maybe?
it's definitely in the nines. It's definitely in the nines. Huge. But even with that, the amount of energy released within an earthquake is not sufficient to launch that much matter at that velocity at that distance. It's not possible.
It was like a 9.1 or something, and it was in Chile, I believe, was the highest recorded.
Right, and we can measure how much energy is within that. That's with the Richter scale, the magnitudes. Essentially, what they do, you convert that down to joules, and then you can do the math to convert how much energy it would be required to launch that kind of material. And it's just, there's such a gulf between what would be required and what is available. It's just impossible, physically impossible.
Well, I wasn't there, so I don't know what the power was whenever the Earth's vents opened. So
right.
You might be right. You might be wrong. I don't know.
I am right. I am right.
If that helps you sleep at night.
I mean, that has nothing to do with my sleep at night, but I've actually researched this stuff because I've been presented with these arguments that Kent Hovind has that, the Earth launched these massive projectiles into space and caused craters on the near side of the moon. It's absurd. I've done engineering work. Like, I'm not a physicist. Don't get me wrong. I went to college for engineering. I didn't graduate, so I don't have my degree, but I have worked in the engineering field as well. And these calculations exist. You can do the math. And what I'm telling you is the math does not support what Kent is pushing, this theory. It's just not there.
Well, there wouldn't be a lot of math that would support a lot of things biblically. So, we could agree to disagree. That's fine.
Sure.
Let's keep going.
Rocks, and that's not even big enough because it would have to be a kilometer in all directions, were shot up at the moon to the tune of 5,000 craters that are over 12 miles in diameter. These are not made by little rocks. They're made by gigantic impacts. And so I think that anybody at home who's watching this with two brain cells to rub together realizes that you can't accelerate a 1 kilometer or 1 mile in diameter solid rock meteor into space from Earth using water pressure. That's the most absurd, unscientific garbage I've ever heard in my life.
Well, I want to give Dr. Hovind a chance to respond to this, and I am curious if rocks were shooting off of the Earth, they wouldn't be shooting only at the moon. So I'm curious if that were true, if we would see these remnants virtually in every single direction. But I want to give you a chance, Dr. Hovind. What do you say to someone countering this claim of rocks being shot from them?
And I just wanted to point out, much like with like Uranus and these other ringed planets and celestial bodies that we can see, if that were the case, if all of this happened at once, the debris field would not just dissipate, it would actually circulate around the moon. It would become a ringed moon. Just another disproving point. There would be a debris field, and it just doesn't exist because these impacts have occurred over time and had time to dissipate. Otherwise, if it was all at once, there would be a ring. There'd be a debris field. We could easily identify this debris field.
Well, I think you'd have to include gravitational force and pull, and also if these were largely made of ice, if they're ice, that could dissipate fairly quickly within a few thousand years. But I have no reason to really argue about this. It's like I said, it's not that high on my priority list as far as a Christian.
From the Earth to the moon.
Well, first of all, I guess I'm shocked and saddened that Brother Anderson wants to argue about everything. I thought we're here to discuss some things. Tim, it's just nothing but let's bash Hope and bash anybody trying to make himself look good, I think, okay? But no, I think the moon most of its craters came from being blasted by the Earth. The moon does have a lot of big craters. You can take a BB and accelerate.
Or you can just say, it sounds like he just Kent sounds like he got ambushed. I think he did get ambushed on this. I don't think he was expecting this. They should have given him a heads up. I think he would have been a lot more prepared. But
it's his points that are being contested here. He should be prepared on his own positions enough to take the heat. I mean, how
he's
can you
debated
not be
400 times
when
since this time here, they brought up like 5 different topics, and if I were to walk into
really. There's been like 2 different topics, honestly.
It's the age of the Earth. There's been a lot of things, and I'm pretty sure I jumped in late into this, so I missed.
No, you came right at the beginning. Honestly, you came right at the
Yeah,
beginning.
there hasn't been that many topics, Lupin. It's been about maybe 3 topics at the most,
The moon,
I would say.
and now the ice
Age of the Earth.
The gravitational pull of the moon, everything.
You brought that up.
It wasn't. I agree. It wasn't supposed to be a debate. I don't think Kent was expecting this to be a debate, but it looked like it did turn into a debate. So I'm just saying it does just seem a little unfair. But,
But as far as debates go, there are claims and counterclaims. Debates go that way. Kent's making the claim, he's taking the affirmative, and Well, Steven Anderson does not agree with him, so he's taking the negative. I mean, it's just the way it is. Steven shouldn't like just bow down and placate to everything that Kent's saying. Kent's bringing these points up.
He's known Steven Anderson for a long time. He should know his positions on some of these things, I would imagine.
Obviously, something happened to him where even Kent said, like, Anderson, what has happened to you? Like something has happened. Like Anderson is visibly like angry and upset or aggressive.
I haven't got. Yeah, he's not yelling or anything. He's just. He just doesn't like Kent.
He's being very aggressive, and I don't know why he doesn't like Kent. I don't know the backstory on that.
Defending his positions, and I've already explained the backstory. Steven Anderson and Kent Hovind had a falling out when Kent was divorced from Joe and immediately remarried. Steven Anderson does not believe in that sort of biblical divorce and remarriage. They don't see eye to eye on that, and that's a pretty big deal for Christians. But that's the backstory there. But that has nothing to do with this debate. Kent is bringing up these absurd points. Steven Anderson is pointing out the absurdity, and Kent's getting flustered and saying, "I wasn't prepared." And
He wasn't.
Like,
I don't think he was.
In there. Well, I mean, he should be. He should be. These are his points. He should be able to defend his points. I mean, he claims to have gotten his doctorate on these points.
There's some decorum whenever it comes to a debate, Mark. You know this. If I say I want to debate you on a topic, I contact you, say, hey, look, let's have a debate on this. We're going to bring up this topic, and then, we prepare for it. This wasn't supposed to be a debate, so Kent seems a little bit caught off guard.
Well,
and I agree with P-Town where he says that it seems like there's a type of vendetta.
Why would the host have had these two people on if they were going to agree with each other about everything?
Right.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I only heard like that this was going to happen, but I didn't watch it. It's entertaining. It's good. I can see Kent being caught off guard. So it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. You can continue.
And accelerate it fast enough, you can hit the mud and make a 4-foot crater with a little bitty gun. If you shoot it, if it's going fast enough, once it escapes Earth's gravitational pull, it enters Moon's gravitational pull. It's not near as great as the Earth, and it would suck it in. But this is such.
No, that's not true, because even here on Earth, we are subjected to Moon's gravitational pulls. We have tides that can rise up to like 68 to 70 feet in some places. And that's all because of the Moon's gravitational pull. It's not that you leave one and you're automatically in the other. It's more of a spectrum. And even here on Earth, the gravitational pull is less on you at much, much higher altitudes. It might not be vastly measurable, but there is a difference, however small it may be.
Such a minor point we're arguing about. Here's the whole world dying and going to hell, and we're arguing over craters on the moon. I think this is also where the rings of Saturn and other planets came from. Maybe some of the moons of other planets were blasted off and are caught in their gravitational field and are circling up.
And there you go, right there. Kent just affirmed my point that if it had all happened at once, and that was the case, then there would be rings around the moon. But we do not observe that today.
And to say that the rings of Saturn are from Earth material blasted off the Earth during the flood, come on.
Yeah, that's even more impossible physics.
So I don't know. I wasn't there. We'll watch the video when we get to heaven. But I think it's so silly to be arguing about this. He gave his theory. I gave my theory. He thinks the moon was created looking all battered up. I think the moon was created perfect and got battered up later because a man sinned. And God had to destroy the world. So it's not worth arguing about to me.
Well, and again, I don't want to necessarily make this really contentious. Obviously, we agree on all the really important things we kind of talked about at the beginning. We're King James only, we're Baptist. I do think that there is value in discussing different theories here, because I do think it's important that when we face opposition, that we are providing the best arguments, right? We're making sure that when we present the Bible, we're presenting it in a logical manner. We don't have to be anti-scientific. We don't have to acquiesce to what the world says. So, if the Earth, if modern science is telling me the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and that dinosaurs were here 200 million years ago, I feel like that's in direct contrast to what the Bible teaches about the global flood. I think in 2 Peter chapter number 3, the Bible is really clear that these people who hate the Bible are willingly ignorant of the flood. And I'm paraphrasing that specific section of Scripture, but they're willingly ignorant of the fact that the old world perished. And so, I think that there must be ample evidence of the entire world having died rapidly in a catastrophic event, and that seems to be in sharp contrast to a lot of the dates that they subscribe to, the geologic column and these other things. So I'm not going to just acquiesce to science in that regard. I'm going to push back and say, I think that there's probably legitimate science that contradicts this opinion. But at the same time, when we look at things in the universe, we look at astronomy, we look at the starlight distance issue, we look at the moon. I think it's about black.
Oh no, Gaiden. Hello.
Hi, Aiden.
Hey,
Hello.
Aiden.
Oh my goodness, where were we? Because I totally just screwed up where I was seeking.
I only have like
the moon.
a little bit less. I only have a little bit less than 10 minutes before I got to go, but I did hear enough of this to be able to contribute.
Oh, Grace farted.
Which individual you're aiming your question at, whether it's Pastor Anderson?
I remember there being a specific. I remember there being a specific quote in Proverbs about iron sharpening iron and improving their ideas against one another so that you can be better spiritually. And I've heard Kent use that very rhetoric himself sometimes when he criticizes other people spiritually.
Very recently, too.
Exactly. So to hear the moment that he actually kind of gets put on the back foot spiritually for just a moment, rather than a just shred of humility coming from Kent. No. Instead of that, it needs to just be, well, it's your fault because you ambushed me. I had no idea this was going to go on. I had no idea I needed to be talking about Saturn's rings coming from Earth dust somehow.
Yeah, this is still ironing, sharpening iron. It's still fine.
Is it really though? Like does iron sharpen iron when one of the irons complains about being sharpened?
I mean, if you.
I guess yes, Aiden,
you know,
yes.
It's
Even if the iron is complaining, it's still being sharpened.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whether or not it's going to keep that edge.
that iron is going to have some dents in it.
Or I can tell you, there's more than a few. Over.
Aiden, what about the stadium-sized rocks being launched out at the moon? Did you hear about that?
I did not hear about the stadium moon rocks. No. What was this?
The Fountains of the Deep launched stadium-sized rocks, and that made the moon craters.
Wow.
During the flood.
I didn't realize that they had the capability, like these rocks had the same escape velocity as like the Saturn V rocket. That's actually quite insane. I didn't realize that rocks had that capability. I mean, like obviously they can be if there's like a massive object slamming into it, but I'm pretty sure that if it was sufficient to be able to do things like pepper the moon with the amount of craters that we see today, we would see things like, I don't know, the thing that he mentioned going around Saturn right now. That's rings, by the way.
Aiden, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Ooh, somebody just joined us. Who is it? P-Town. P-Town. P-Town, welcome.
Hello, buddy.
Hello.
Hey, P-Town. Good to see
Is
you.
everything working?
Sounds weird.
You sound like you're currently talking through a tin can with a string attached to it, but we can hear you, P-Town.
If you go,
you sound kind of like
you go, Roger, after every sentence, it'll make it
Are you in space right now, P-Town? Are you broadcasting from the International Space Station right now?
That doesn't even exist.
Didn't you know, Aiden? Yeah, space.
Are you serious?
What is this
Are you
fallacy?
serious?
No,
Did you say
Doesn't
the
even
International Space
exist.
Station doesn't exist?
Come on.
Lupin,
we're joking, you dingus.
I've
Yeah.
taken a literal video of this thing soaring over
We're
my house.
joking, Mark.
Mark has a hard time distinguishing these things. We've got this.
Well, you said
know-
the International Space Station wasn't real.
Well, we know that P-Town's
We
alternate
said
ego
space
is P.
isn't real.
We know that P-Clown is P-Town's alter ego. The same goes for Lupin is really the righteous howler. They both have alter egos, and currently he's using his P-Clown alter ego to make jokes.
I'm not in my righteous howler simulation. Okay, right now.
You got jokes, P-Clown? Is that what you're coming here with? You got jokes?
Do I still sound like I'm in outer space? Or is that
Sound
better?
a little better.
Well, what am I gonna do? Here, let me try
A
this.
little better.
You've made it below low Earth orbit at this point.
Can you say rubber ducky to?
Is this better?
So this right here.
Anything better?
Video I took. Yeah.
The
That sounds better.
International Space Station.
That's it right there.
So P-Town.
Oh wait, hold on.
Those rings around Saturn, P-Town. Where do those come from?
Well, didn't you hear these geniuses? It's from the flood.
Well, that wasn't us in this panel. That wasn't us. That was Dr. Kent Hovind. That was Dr. Kent Hovind that proposed the flood made the rings of Saturn.
There are some things that suggest a possibility for a young solar system, like I think it's Saturn's rings. They're slowly going out, and if you extrapolate that backwards based on the rate that we observe now, it doesn't check out to be billions.
No, you're right. It checks out to be 10 million.
But again,
years.
my foundation isn't that.
It doesn't check out to be billions of years. It checks out to be millions, which is still a little bit of a discrepancy between thousands of years. But
sure, but we're talking about your time scale.
Right, which our time scale proposes that those rings have only been around for about 60 million years at this point, and they only have about another 100 million years left until they've dissipated.
Sure. Okay. Well, then we have other things like, let's say the electromagnetic fields of planets, including ours. So the answer is obviously it's just reverses every 10,000.
Saturn's actually an interesting case of an interesting magnetic field in comparison to the solar system, especially when you compare Saturn's magnetic field to Jupiter, because Jupiter has by far the strongest magnetic field. Actually, its magnetic field extends all the way to the orbit of Saturn at certain periods of time. That's how just massive it is. It's the second largest non-permanent. It's the second largest non-solid object in the solar system, besides the solar heliosphere that's around our solar system as a whole. But anyways, the magnetic field of
bombarded by asteroids, so we'll give it that.
Oh, it's theorized. There's actually the jury's kind of out on that right now, because there's some scientists that say that it's protected us, but there's also some fields of thought that think that the late heavy bombardment was actually encouraged by Jupiter, and actually specifically its migration outward into the outer solar system.
It's from the Oort cloud.
Anyways, the magnetic field around Saturn is. I'm sorry if I'm talking quickly. I only have 5 minutes before I got to go to work. But the magnetic field around Saturn is about the same strength as the magnetic field around Earth, because the polarity of the Saturn's magnetic field is nearly completely aligned. I think it's within half a degree to 1 degree of non-alignment, which is why it's as weak as it is. So we do have explanations for oddities in magnetic fields. In the solar
How about
system.
the planets? How about some planets rotating different directions?
Oh, like Venus. Well, Venus is the only example of that we have of a planet rotating in the opposite direction, and it rotates extremely slowly. And one of the reasons why we think that it rotates extremely slowly is the same reason why we think that Earth is the only terrestrial planet in the solar system that has a moon. is because in the early stages of the solar system, the inner solar system was much more crowded than the outer solar system, which led to a lot more bombardments. And Venus, obviously, well, at least given our current theories anyways, it is the most substantiated
Venus
theory
is
as we currently have it
Okay,
that a
so it got
massive
hit by
object
another big
impacted
object.
it.
Okay.
That
Where did Earth get its water from?
Backwards.
Well, Venus and Mars actually have very strong evidence that they had very large bodies of water on them. I mean, Mars still has polar ice caps that have large reserves of water on them to this day. Venus's water would have evaporated some 2 billion years ago when the runaway greenhouse effect occurred in Venus. I mean, it has roughly the same amount of carbon
Sure, where did it come
monoxide
from?
and dioxide as Earth. Well, we have about the same amount as well. Ours is just locked up in different means. Like ours is
Where did
mainly
this
locked up
water
in like
come
salt
from?
cliffs and things like that. Well, the water was. I mean, the water is distributed throughout the solar system. We find water throughout every single planet. There's water on every single planet. It's just in different quantities and different amounts.
Where
because
did it come from?
I mean, the water came from dihydrogen monoxide, which is one of many elements that we observe within the universe. Where did the water, like, as a molecule come from?
No, how did it, where did it come from? Was it always here in our solar system, or did it come from outside?
Well, it would have been a part of the stellar nursery that our solar system would have come from.
And this is what you think that scientists believe?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Do you disagree? I have 3 minutes before I have to go to work, but do you disagree?
I was just asking you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
From my limited research on it,
No,
I think the predominant view would disagree with you, but I'd have to double check.
Could you articulate that?
I don't think it checks out on science's current cosmological explanation for our solar system.
Okay, well,
I don't think
what is science's cosmological explanation of the distribution of water then?
Usually it comes from asteroids.
Yeah, water on
Typically.
Earth came from asteroids.
Right, but
There we go.
Chondrites, but that's not what you asked, P-Town.
You asked where the water came from in our solar system in
Yeah.
general, and
I
the
asked on
solar
Earth
system,
is what I asked for.
the asteroids that inhabit our solar system are one of the many parts of what would have come from our stellar nursery. You understand that, right? Like nebulae that we observe in our stellar. Like when we look around us in the celestial sphere and we observe nebulae, we observe active nebulae in many places that are currently forming stars right now as we speak. And they will have different distributions of matter depending on a myriad of different factors, such as where they are in relation to the galactic core, how densely populated that particular part of the galaxy is in terms of their stars, like the stellar distribution.
My
There's a
point
myriad of different
ultimately
factors
with
that
my
go into it.
question was simple. It's like you believe that all of the ocean's water came from us getting hit by rocks from outer space. That's what you believe.
I mean, that's where the majority of it was distributed to us. Yeah, but that's literally where everything that forms our planet came from was rocks. That's what our planet is made out of, P-Town. You realize that, right?
You understand we're talking about different series of events.
Are we?
What I'm saying is it's just not it's fine.
Okay. Well,
It's fine.
in order for me
I believe
not to
God
lose-
and you believe something else.
How
That
long?
makes
Are you
no
saying
sense.
that
believe something
asteroids
that's
and comets don't have
substantiated by
water in
scientific
them?
evidence.
Well, they clearly do. They're made of ice, mud, basically.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, I know.
incredulous is basically your argument.
I think my argument is ridiculous, is more what I would describe it as. Yeah, it is ridiculous. What
Well, that's
scientists
just
claim.
incredulity, which is not an actual argument.
Yeah.
Anyways, I literally need to go to work now, so talk to you guys
See you,
later.
Aiden.
Bye, Aiden.
Bye, Aiden.
I mean, Gaiden.
Bye, Aiden.
Shall we continue?
Yeah, we got like what, an hour left?
And, do we have Frank on the line? Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going good. It's nice to meet you, Pastor Shelley. Hey, my question's for Pastor Anderson. I understand. I'm a layman when it comes to the science, but I do understand Pastor Anderson's stance on God creating everything mature, making Adam and the animals, and everything was matured, presented to Adam. And I understand the other side's argument against Pastor Anderson when they try to say that he's trying to make God like God is
Dang,
being
bro, that
purposely
boy is
deceitful,
chugging whatever that
and
is.
God made it exactly 6,000 years old or 6,300 years old, and the evidence is there. We just have to look for it. But I want to know if Pastor Anderson believes that, is there another underlying reason why people are so against his stance on God creating a matured universe?
So again, your question, just to make sure I understood your question is kind of just, why do you think there's hostility from Christians specifically on apparent age?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah, I think I understand his question. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, you know,
Thanks for calling.
I think that the reason why you don't hear my viewpoint more often, and that you tend to hear young Earth creationism and the idea that, you know, there's all this evidence for a young Earth and that there's no evidence for billions of years, is simply because of the fact that a lot of people just really want there to be all this evidence. And for me, the Bible is just enough for me, you know? And so I'm totally satisfied with what the Bible says. I'm not wondering about whether God created the earth. I think that there's an appeal to the idea that we could use science to prove the Bible. And people do this with other disciplines too. They want to use history to prove the Bible or these different things. But at the end of the day, the Bible proves the Bible. You know, through faith, we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made from things which do appear. And so I think that the hostility is just because people are kind of married to this idea that there's all this evidence for a young earth. And I think that my idea just doesn't sound as cool or as fun for people because I don't know.
I want to give you a chance here, Dr. Hovind, to respond. Do you feel like there's a lot of tension from what you believe and like the idea of just applying apparent age to kind of everything?
I don't know that anybody's ever argued that Adam had to be created full grown and there were full grown trees and fruit on them. I mean, all in the first 7 days. It has to be a mature creation or it doesn't work. He didn't make an egg and a sperm in the universe and say, hope you find each other. It has to be a full-grown human. I've never heard anybody argue against that. But are we trying to go too far and marry our Bible to?
Kent argues against that with all of his talk about none of the evidence is right. None of it works. It's not right. It's all lies. They're teaching lies. Like that's his argument against that.
I missed it.
My position is always I mean, I think they both agree, and that this is just a contentious discussion for really a completely different reason. That Mr. Anderson came in, he's still mad at Kent because they were married in essence on issues together, and then he got divorced, you know, and now he's got, you know, another agenda going, and
you can bring that contention into the debate if you want to. I don't think Stephen did. And I don't see
it's not a debate,
that.
Mark. They were supposed to just have a discussion as believers together. You keep saying a debate. That's my whole point. That Kent did not know. That's my point. Kent did not agree to a debate. It was not supposed to.
That doesn't make his positions correct or any better.
But you keep calling it a debate, which is a lie.
It is a debate.
As far as I'll define a lie,
it's a debate.
You're lying. You're lying because it wasn't. It is a debate now, but it wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, it turned into a debate.
Right. So how are you going to call me a liar when I call it a debate? And
because it was not presented as a presented as a debate.
What was it supposed to be? What was it supposed to be?
A discussion.
So they're not going to have disagreements?
What does it matter what it was supposed to be? What it turned into is relevant, and they are debating these points. Don't call me a liar for calling what I see what it is.
Okay, well, we came to an agreement, so it's turned into a debate. But it's still, the underlying thing was it wasn't supposed to be.
So they brought these two guys on P-Town because they agree totally with each other, and they were just going to pat each other on the back. Is that right?
What's the name of this video?
No.
Or I guess it's on Ken's
Why
channel.
did the host have these two people on?
Well,
at the
I
same
don't
time.
know. Clearly, it looks like he wanted to have a debate without saying that they were going to have a
Exactly.
debate.
But I'm a
Yeah.
liar for calling it the way I see it. When you see it the same way, how does that make me a
I
liar?
I
Where do you
just
get
took it
off?
back. I took it back.
Thank
Can you
you.
get over it, Mark? Yeah.
And
All right. Let's see it. So
The
my point
evolution
is
teaching
these
that the
guys.
Earth does look billions of years old. No, it doesn't look billions of
Yeah,
years
you
old to
can't
me.
get over it, can you,
It looks
Mark?
to me like it was destroyed by a
Just like you can't get over anything.
What is this? The Baptist
Come on.
bias?
Let's watch the video.
I mean, it's the same thing right now with Mark. Mark can't ever get over this Kent issue. He's always constantly Kent. Aligns himself with anyone who's against Kent, no matter what.
Do you think that's true? How many times have I put out a disclaimer that I do not support Steven Anderson's ministry in any way, shape, or form? It's been at least 3 times in this stream. And I've said it
The title
before.
of the video is The Age of the Universe Creation Discussion, not The Age of the Universe Debates.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, it's just
here's
kind of
my
offensive
title.
that you
All
keep
agree
calling
that
it a
it
debate
involves
out of a
You agreed.
and arguing. Your argument constantly is that this is how a debate is supposed to be. This is the point is that you keep on bringing it up as a debate in
Dude,
that way that you're lying.
When you've already
But
conceded that this has turned into a debate.
we came to an agreement where we're moving forward.
Yeah, but you keep harping on it. I tried to play the video, and
No,
then
you tried to play the video in the middle of while I was talking because so that's why I brought back the issue. I mean, and it was because you by playing the video in the middle of while I was trying to say something.
Let's keep rolling with the video.
flood. I think God made a perfect world. About 1,600 years later, it got destroyed by a flood. I think Grand Canyon is real clear evidence there was a big old flood. Grand Canyon probably formed in a week, not millions of years. The top of the canyon's a mile higher than where the river enters the canyon. Rivers don't flow uphill. There used to be a big lake behind it. It overflowed and washed out Grand Canyon quickly. We cover that in video number 6 with tons of evidence from Mount St. Helens and other places. So I'm not trying to compromise anything with the people who believe it's billions of years old. They don't have to be pacified. They're wrong. God made it all in 6 days and in the last 6,000 years or so. So I don't have a problem with that. I don't think people comprehend what billions is. Here's an illustration. Here's a street in Boston. Let that line be 2024. If you make every inch 24 years, every foot is 285 years. Columbus discovered America less than 2 feet ago on this chart. Here is Jesus died 2,000 years ago. Here's when Noah's flood was about 4,400 years ago. This would be the creation about 6,000 years ago. Then let's take that. This is 3,000 years across, 3,000 miles across America. That is what 4 billion years looks like. They're telling us the Earth is 4.5 or 4.6 billion years old. That's clear across America. When 6,000 years fits in one street. I think these big numbers get lost in the human brain, and the atheists are taking advantage of the fact that the human brain cannot comprehend that kind of stuff. And so, wow, sounds good, billions of years. There's so many ways to show it just simply can't be billions of years. I covered that in video number 1, probably 30 different evidences that the Earth is not billions of years old, period. Now, if you wish it to be, fine. If you wanted to, if you're trying to compromise to somebody who believes it is, or do whatever you want, but I'm not going to compromise with them. The Earth is about 6,000 years old, and you don't need any more than that. The flood explains all the geology, explains why we have all the layers, explains why we have the polystrata fossils, and I think that it's a much simpler explanation. The Bible is absolutely true. Okay.
Do you think there's any compromise, Pastor Anderson, on an apparent age?
Well, I don't believe that I'm compromising by believing that apparent age applies to everything, including the moon, the earth, the sun, and everything else. I'm just going where the data leads. I'm a lover of truth. And so whatever the truth is, wherever the evidence points, that's what I'm going to believe. Of course, the Bible is my ultimate final authority, but I also believe that the things that we observe in physical reality, that those are authoritative as well. And I don't believe there's any contradiction between the Bible and reality. So if the evidence points toward things looking extremely old and having that kind of an apparent age, then, I don't think that makes me a compromiser. It just means that I'm following the data. I'm not trying to, get along with atheists or something. I think that people know that, I'm willing to stand on the Bible, and that's what I do. But what I think the disconnect here is that, Dr. Hovind acknowledges, of course, Adam had a parent age. Of course, the trees had a parent age. So, it seems like all creationists are going to kind of fall back on a parent age as a last resort when they have to. But what they prefer, though, is to be able to say, look at this evidence that it's young, that it's 6,000 years old. That's what they would rather do. And a parent age is sort of like a last resort in case of emergency, break glass type of a thing. Whereas to me, I'm saying just everything has a parent age. That's the starting point. Because here's the thing, then it kind of just ends the conversation. And so you can't really build a ministry on something that just ends the conversation. Because I talk to people all the time, atheists, agnostics, unbelievers about this issue. And I just say to them, well, yeah, it looks old because God created it to look old. It has a parent age. And then it's just kind of like, oh, and then we just move on and talk about the gospel. So you can't really get as much mileage out of that. And so I think that, that's why people,
should be on the gospel.
they enjoy some of these.
I just want to say, I agree with both these guys. They both have different ministries. The way that Mr. Anderson came in and he was hitting them hard over just his different interpretation on the Israelite children in Egypt. And they both have different ways of counting it. And they're only referencing a particular passage probably. And for that to be the focal point of an argument from the very beginning, when the topic is about something completely different, it defeats the whole purpose of what Mr. Anderson here is claiming. Right? I mean, why the whole point is that we just don't know, but we can all agree that we love Jesus, what he did for us, and that our foundation is him and his word. Right? I mean, but we don't have everything figured out. But it's just like this bickering and arguing like there's some other agenda going on, which is just completely fruitless and frankly just bothers me.
I agree. Like the animosity here, I feel like it's just like an ambush tactic, and it's almost fruitless. I think if they would have came in like with an agreement to an official debate, it would have been much more of a fruitful discussion. But really, I didn't know that Anderson had such a animosity toward Kent's marriage, which is a personal matter. I don't know why people pay attention so much to people's interpersonal lives. Like,
well, you're
but he hasn't even mentioned that stuff in this debate.
Interjecting that issue into this debate, which is
Yeah.
not brought up.
You guys have interjected it into
You
this.
asked.
You asked.
asked.
But you guys have told me that
Here's the issue. Ken always assumes, like, and this is what you're supposed to do as a Christian. He forgives relentlessly. Ken already knew he had a huge issue because Anderson had a huge deal about it. It was a big deal. And he even called him, I think, maybe right before he came out of prison or right after. But Kent just assumes, oh, it's water under the bridge, We're going to have a brotherly discussion, It's just going to be grand. And Kent does this, and I admire Kent for this, but it's also at the same time he's not very wise with it. Like,
again, this point of contention that they do have and has been elaborated on was never brought into this debate.
A debate again. You keep doing this, but this is the point: is you're always anti Kent Hovind, and then you do this thing, Mark, where it's your heart is so against him. It wasn't supposed to be a debate.
Can I say something real quick?
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
So anyway, Kent brought points up, controversial points. He knows that Steven Anderson does not subscribe to. So you're telling me that this evolved into a debate, devolved, whatever you want to call it. But Kent's the one that brought up the controversial points. Steven Anderson rejected the points that Kent brought up. Notice that none of these points are what Steven brought up. It's the points that Kent.
The moderator asked the questions. The moderator asked the questions, which then Kent answered them. It's not like they came out of the blue.
I'll probably watch the video. I'll probably watch the video in full to get the full story because I can't really trust Mark. But P-Town, I see what you're seeing, and I'm looking at the title of the video that says "Age of the Universe: Creation Discussion, Not Creation Debate."
Okay, let me
So
jump in here.
it does sound like Kent just kind of walked into this haphazardly.
This
And
is not a form. When did you hear anything about a formal debate in this? It is a discussion. It's just they don't agree with each other.
Mark keeps calling
Wait
it
a
a
minute.
debate
Wait
over and
a
over
minute.
again.
Let me.
That's all I'm having a
I'm just
problem with.
asking that. P-Town, come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
So there is no, thanks, P-Town. There is no like intro or, like on SFT show or what have you. There's no structure like that in this. So it is a discussion. I don't agree that it's really a debate. I mean, it's turned into a contentious discussion, but I want to add that when Kent's first statement to Steven Anderson in this discussion was, yeah, we were talking about you before this, and we were wondering who's the most hated person on the internet, you or I. Now, how would you like it if you were Steven Anderson and that was the first thing you heard out of Kent's mouth?
That was actually very lighthearted. That was just him saying hi.
That is not lighthearted. That is not lighthearted.
That was obviously, from my perspective, him just being very lighthearted, saying, "Hey, we're both brothers, and we're hated on the internet, and we can
loving God."
Yeah. No, that was
Kent-
just
Kent
saying hi and being loving.
Kent
Honestly,
takes that as a moniker. Whenever I was doing emails, he would have me say, "Hey," whenever I would email people for Kent to interview, Kent would tell me directly, tell him, "Hey, Kent Hovind, the most hated pastor in the world,
Well,
would
he
like to
prides
interview
himself
you."
on that. He
Yeah.
prides himself on that because he wants to set himself against
Exactly.
other people.
So
But
he
Stephen,
said-
how is he to assume that Steven Anderson wants to identify himself that way as the most hated man on the internet? I don't see anything lighthearted about that.
It was totally lighthearted. I think you just have
That's
to
an
learn how to take a
inflammatory
joke.
statement.
It's
It's
a
an
joke.
inflammatory
It
statement.
is a joke.
It's an inflammatory statement, is what it is.
When you haven't talked to somebody, in probably years, and you've had kind of a past with each other, that's not the way to try to either apologize or just be a friendly person, is to come out with that from the get-go. So Kent started this contention, not Steven Anderson.
And look at where
Sorry,
we
that's
are.
the way I see it.
We're defending Steven Anderson against Kent Hovind.
Exactly.
What the hell is going on here?
Hello.
well, I mean, you are, but we could have seen that coming from a mile away.
Testing.
What is that
Hey,
supposed to
Christian.
mean, P-Town?
Hey, I got a
Really?
question.
It's exactly what I said.
Are you under some kind of delusion that I'm not objective at all?
He's criticized Steven Anderson several times in this stream, P-Town. You might not have heard it, but
No, I've heard it, yeah, but
okay.
I mean, look, Mark, look, I gotta look. I mean, I'm just saying what it is. When you're saying, look, this is how a debate's done, and this, it's clear, when it wasn't supposed to be a debate from the beginning. It's
Irrelevant.
Highlight.
It's like I don't like seeing you constantly align yourself against Kent.
You've already
just out of
conceded.
spite. I'm just sick of
This
it. You're a
is-
smart guy.
Has become a debate.
Start
So
calling
what
it.
is your issue
Okay, all right,
with
right.
me
We did
calling
resolve
it
that
a debate?
because people watched it.
You've already
What's up,
conceded
gangster?
that that's what it
Brother,
is.
what's up,
That's
gangster?
what this has turned into.
What I'm
Go ahead,
in
gangster.
out of, but it's not a
Go ahead,
debate.
gangster
It's still
speak.
not a debate, which you've
Gangster
conceded.
speaks.
Let's
Yeah.
let Logan talk.
Oh, where'd he go? Oh, yeah. I just want to say hi to Brother Saturday Night Teaching. Sunday night.
Greetings and salutations. Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Isn't Steven Anderson that guy that had the Harry Potter book burning?
I don't know.
Would make sense.
Is he? I thought he was that guy. I could be wrong, but I
He's
thought
a
he
hate
was that guy
preacher.
who's always like, "There's witches in my church." But I could.
Well, either way, that's kind of irrelevant to the debate.
This brother Sunday night's microphone leaves a lot to be desired.
Mark. So
How many
funny.
times have I said I do not support
He's so
Steven
funny.
Anderson
nor his ministry.
You just
But for the sake of Gangster wanting to review this debate, we're going to
you
focus
see,
on
you just sneaking it in there or whatever, guys. It's just funny.
how
Like,
sneaking what? How is that sneaking?
you just got to throw it out.
I've
It's
never
just funny.
been
I'm just so
for
sick of it.
Steven Anderson.
This debate. This debate. You're just gonna keep doing it. Why can't you just say?
Let's keep watching.
These kind of
Did
gotcha
somebody boot?
moments
Did you boot?
to show that the big bad scientists are wrong. And of course, there are some wicked, God-hating scientists out there. But you know what? I just don't think that the majority of scientists hate God. I don't think that the majority of university professors hate God. You know, I think that some of them do, and maybe they're the loudest. And maybe when people think of a scientist, they just automatically think of Richard Dawkins or something, or
this is definitely not the guy I
one
was
of these
thinking of.
types. But I think that there are just a lot of scientists out there that are just they're Christians, or maybe they're not Christians, but they're just nice, unsaved people, and they're not just out there trying to deceive and lie and do all these things. They're just trying to figure things out. And you know, I would love to see many of them get saved, but they're probably going to be turned away pretty quick if the creation science is just such pseudoscience. I think it's just gonna run them off.
Well, I think that's interesting. You know, I've heard a lot of different arguments, and I'm curious from Dr. Hoven's perspective. Do you feel like you've heard arguments that maybe someone was pretty zealous to indicate this is a proof that the universe is not billions of years old, but then it turned out to not be a very good argument? Or I know you have a lot of slides. Is there anything from your presentations that you ever changed your mind on, where you thought, like, I kind of used to make this argument, but then researching it more or studying it, I kind of thought, like, maybe this one isn't a very good argument. I should focus on other arguments. A specific example, and I just want to bring it up, is I've seen some young Earth creationalists say that supernovas is an evidence that the universe could not be billions of years old. Someone said that we see one approximately every 27 years or something. And then if you count up all the supernovas, it's not enough for billions of years. But I think even ministries like Answers in Genesis say that's not really a very good argument. So I'm just kind of curious from your perspective, Dr. Hoven, do you think there are bad arguments being made by young Earth creationalists?
Oh yeah, Jaron, I'm willing to change anything. I've changed numerous things. I don't know. I don't work for Answers in Genesis, and I don't know what they, I disagree with the Bible version they use. That's for sure. But I'm glad to see Brother Anderson decided to follow the data points to his billions of years, but he doesn't follow the data points, if he's outside his dots. So, I don't think we need to compromise. The Bible clearly teaches about 6,000. I think the evidence shows that. And I show it in my presentation. Let's see, the stalactites that are found, the biggest stalactites, the oldest written language, the oldest example of capital punishment, the oldest known town. The magnetic field of the earth is declining. The salt in the ocean is increasing. I cover 20 or 30 simple scientific ways to show guys it's not billions of years old. Just like that ink pen is not 5,000 years old. I can demonstrate it scientific ways. So I don't think it's time to, okay, your question was about supernova. And I have to disagree strongly with Brother Anderson. Adam did not have a belly button. Okay, we can talk about that later. All right. That's how we're going to recognize him in heaven.
I love it.
He's going to walk around saying, hey, look at this. Oh, you're Adam. Yeah, okay. If I built an antique car, I could take brand new material, build an antique car. It would look old, but it's brand new. If I take metal out of the...
Did you want me to pause it?
I was just laughing if you're asking me. Sorry.
Love Ken Stanton.
ground and smash it into sheets and build a car.
Can I mention something here? Robin's getting timed out in the chat, I think, by Faithful for really no reason that I can see. So
here.
I don't know what to do about that, but I'm just pointing it out.
What was said? All right, let's just continue the video. I'll investigate.
Cat fight.
Do I age the car by the age of the metal I dug out of the ground, or by the age of the car I put together? This becomes, it's chasing rabbits unnecessarily.
It was an accident. Yeah. Sorry, Robin.
I'm very willing to change anything in my presentation. And if he's got some evidence why I should change about the Bible teaching there was water above the firmament where the birds fly, I'll change that. But so far, all the evidence points to that being the truth. All the Jews believed that in ancient history. As far as supernova, I've not read what Answers in Genesis says about that. I'll read anybody's material, but it's true. We see stars blowing up. It's called a nova, or if it's a big one, it's a supernova. That's all we've seen. We've never seen a star form. Never. We've seen stars blow up. And the evidence indicates that would indicate that the universe is falling apart, not getting better and coming together. So I cover supernovas and the number of supernovas they've seen so far and the rate they're exploding. It does not fit the billions of years theory. There's no sense compromising with that. Let them believe what they want. But I want them to understand if they believe the earth is billions of years old, they're not going by the data, they're going by their religious teaching. They're taught it's billions of years old. They're believing that really silly geologic column, which does not exist any place on the planet except the textbooks. And I keep asking them, if the top layer is younger, where did it come from? If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card now younger? If I flip this over and these sand grains form different patterns, which they do, is the top layer younger? No, they're all in here at the same time. Every speck of dirt in the universe is the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion. Every speck of dirt is the same age.
Can you pause
I
it
believe
here?
it's all 6,000.
I knew that was coming.
we're dating the layers and not the individual sand grains. And Kent's sand art toy might crudely represent one depositional sedimentary event, but it doesn't represent multiple sedimentary events over millions of years in different paleo environments. He's trying to say that his sand art toy represents all of stratigraphy on the earth, and it's just ridiculous. Anybody buying into that is I don't know.
Yeah, the toy is a very bad example because he talks about it forming, 30, 40 layers, but he never shows any of the layers. It's just, a mess of sand.
Yeah, and we're going from limestone to siltstone to sandstone, which were
Right.
obviously formed in different environments. Not only do they have fossils that pertain to each environment, but they have the minerals themselves that are in each layer pertain to that particular paleo environment. So,
yeah,
I had to jump in there.
God made everything in 6 days. He said so. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Matthew 19:4, Mark 10:6. The Bible says nothing died until Adam sinned. And on the seventh day, God looked at everything and said, it's very good. There were no
Can
critters
I ask a quick question, unrelated, real
okay,
quick?
so he brought up a few things.
On Restream, do I have to have the screen on when I'm on my phone, or can I have it turned off and in my pocket? Anyone know?
I think if you're gonna put your phone to sleep, like you're gonna turn the screen off, try it.
Yeah, no, I'm asking anyone because you can't do it on StreamYard, but on Restream, can you? Anyone know?
I don't know.
I'll just
I'd
try
say
it.
just
Okay.
try it real quick. Yeah. Talk.
Things he brought up stalactites. Also, he's talking about supernovas. Is from your perspective, do you feel like there's some bad creation arguments out there, and more specifically, it sounds like you've said that, but I'm just trying to ask. We've talked about the moon and the craters. You think that's a bad argument? What about other things, stalactites or supernovas? What, Pastor Anderson, you have an opinion on any of these?
Oh, you're asking me. Okay. First of all, I just want to address one thing that he said about the extending the data points beyond the trend line. I agree 100% that you cannot be sure about anything that falls outside of the actual data. If you have this trend, you cannot know for sure that it's going to continue. And so, yes, that means that radiometric dating methods, of course, might be wrong.
I just hate that argument.
I agree with that 100%.
Annoying. Obviously, that's just science, man. I just think that argument's stupid. That's what you do. You measure stuff now and you extrapolate that forwards and backwards. Why does Steve Anderson constantly have to bring that up? Anyway, whatever.
The point that I had made, though, is that when you have so many different radiometric dating methods all sort of converging on the same number, that number becomes plausible. But there's no guarantee that number is correct. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, the Earth, has an apparent age of 4.5 billion years, because, that number could change over time depending on, scientific discoveries or whatever. I'm not married to that number at all. And I do acknowledge the fact that, this is an unknown territory here and can't really be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. And so, I would acknowledge that. I just am saying that there's no theological problem with igneous rocks being dated to 4.6 billion years, or the sun being dated to 4.6 billion years old because of apparent age. I'm not saying that it's for sure that number, because nobody knows, and we never really could know 100% for sure, because it's in the past. Now, I'm sorry. I wanted to respond to that.
I wanted to ask: is some bad creation science arguments? Supernovas or stalactites or any of these other things?
I mean, you can do. Okay, I'm going to control myself. Sorry. Bad arguments. I mean, we've heard a few tonight, but I'm kind of drawing a blank as far as what are some bad arguments. Stalactites. Whenever I've gone on tours of caves, they will say, hey, these stalactites took 20,000 years to form. They'll say stuff like that. Because, we have Kartchner Caverns in Arizona. And I mean, we're talking about these massive stalactites and stalagmites that are like, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 feet. Don't quote me on the number, but I mean, they're huge. And, there were a lot of claims made on the tour. Hey, these are, whatever years old, like longer than the Earth has actually been around. Like, let's say, just hypothetically, and again, don't quote me on this, the tour guide says, hey, this stalactite's 50,000 years old. I don't think that tour guide or the scientists who calculate that data are necessarily lying or wrong or stupid or anything like that, because I just would say that, well, God created this cave already having stalactites and stalagmites in it. And so, yeah, if that stalactite formed naturally, maybe it would take that long. Except I don't believe that God created the moon as a smooth orb, or that he created the earth as a smooth orb. I would say that from the beginning, the earth has mountains, valleys, canyons, rivers, caverns, stalactites, stalagmites, that it's all in the middle of the story, that it's all midstream, it's all mature looking. And so I don't believe that there were just no stalactites. On day one, let's say Adam and Eve went spelunking at some point.
What's
in
a
their
stalactite?
life. Maybe they could see some huge stalactites too.
Stalactite, I think, is.
What do you think about that, Dr.
The dripping minerals, dripping minerals. I remember now. Okay, got it.
What is your?
I forget which one. A stalagmite.
Dripping minerals.
A stalactite holds tight to the ceiling. A stalagmite might reach the ceiling.
Right. Stalactite hangs. Stalagmite
climbs.
Stalagmites are from the bottom. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? Sorry, I couldn't pause it then.
This
for
is
some
going-
reason,
this
when I
is
move my
going
mouse
all over
over
the
the
place.
screen, I get the entire description, and I can't just pause it like that. I'm gonna
I
have to
think
use
you
my
probably
keyboard.
have transcript on. You might have the transcript in the settings.
No, I have a Chrome
plugin?
plugin that allows you to see in theater mode the video and the chat. You can also put the chat like transparent.
Is it
but
private chat or the?
No, this is the chat of the stream. But for some reason, when I hover over it, the video, the description covers everything, like you can see there. But anyway, I can use my keyboard, so I'll just play
I
it.
just don't agree with Steven Anderson. For him to say that if a person wants to look at stalagmites, stalactites, whatever they are, or and go, hey, look, it just turns out that they're about 4,000 years old at this rate, or whatever. Like, this isn't a bad argument. I don't. It's just, but the contentions between the two over such petty things is so silly. I mean, I don't know. Am I making any sense for Steven Anderson to come in here and go, oh, the craters on the moon, just because Kent Hovind in the past has said, I don't know. I think they probably happened from Noah's flood because they're all facing the
And
the
it's
majority
my
of the craters.
theory,
It's
and I
like
could, if I'm wrong, then you can blame it on me. You know, it's whatever.
yeah, he doesn't say it like this is fact or this is just
Exactly.
a guess. Like this is a Hovind theory. He's giving it very little credit. Yeah, it's just
it's very
yeah.
contentious.
Now, of course, the atheists are going to be all offended because, oh, that's not even technically a theory or technically a hypothesis because you need a body of other scientists to agree with you before we can give you that.
You need
level
evidence. You need a body of evidence.
His
and
evidence
facts for it to be a
that's
theory.
what I'm. Just because you want to define it out of him using a theory or hypothesis, I mean, I'm not going to stand with that.
It's not a. It's
But
not
I
a
understand
theory.
where you're coming from.
And Kent Hovind says this probably 100 times a year about his canopy theory. So you're saying he's not. It's just a little thing, but
Come
he
on, if
mentions it
I call
all
it
the
a
time.
P-town theory, okay, come on. I mean, it's not the same as a
You're
science.
using the
an accredited
colloquial
scientist.
term for theory. You're using the colloquial definition of theory, but Kent is using scientific terms and trying to have people believe that it's.
But even if we took it
Hey,
into a
don't
different
cry,
field,
P-Town.
BBM,
It's
I don't
okay.
like it. I don't like it when anyone. I don't like it when anyone says, "Oh, you don't your ideas don't count because you don't have a body of agreed upon evidence to support. So therefore, you can't use the term." I don't agree with that in a lot of different.
Okay,
The
so
statute of limitations is passed on this. There's no way to tell.
That
There's
means
no way to
nothing.
tell. It's a
That means
theory.
nothing in
He
this
cannot
conversation.
prove it. This is what he thinks. The statute of limitations is expired.
There
but,
is no statute of limitations here.
Yes, there is.
Completely irrelevant.
For his theory, he was not
How is
there.
that germane to the conversation? How is statute of limitations germane to this conversation?
Because he cannot prove it. The time has expired. He cannot prove.
What do you mean?
He cannot prove his canopy theory. It's just his theory.
How does statute of limitations, which is a legal term, how does that apply here at all?
Gosh, dude, why are you so unpleasant to talk to? Just play the video.
I'm asking a question. Why are you dodging the question?
Because you're taking it way too serious. You just play the video, dude.
Yeah, we agree with you, Mark. He's not an attorney. He's also not a scientist.
Should
Sorry,
I
Lucas.
not take you seriously?
No, don't take me seriously. You don't already.
Understood.
So.
Moving forward.
You win, Mark.
No longer
moving on.
I wouldn't argue over it. I would have to say I don't think so. I think that all that can be explained by Noah's flood. I think the flood made everything. Here's a bat covered up with flowstone. There are loads of examples of rapid formation of stalactites. Here they are growing under a building, under the Lincoln Memorial, built in the 1960s. There's 50-inch stalactites. It happened since 1960s. I mean, built in 1922. So in 40 years, they got 50-inch stalactites. So I think we see lots of evidence that they can form very rapidly. I cover that on video number 1 of my series, The Origin of Limestone Caves, but I don't want to argue about that.
But nobody is saying that stalactites and stalagmites cannot form rapidly. Nobody's arguing that. This is a blatant straw man.
He's also using examples where there's highly mineralized water that has a lot of precipitation and using that to equate that to natural groundwater forming caves. You can't do that.
If you want to believe God made stalactites in the caves, okay, maybe he did. I don't think so, but it's certainly not worth splitting the church over.
So I've got another call.
Did he say, I don't think God created stalactites in the caves?
Yes.
He's talking about at the same time at creation. Mark,
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's not. Caller that I want to go to. We have a Johannes from North Carolina, and we're gonna have you say your name and tell us who your question is for. Can you hear us, Johannes?
Yes, my name's Johannes. I have a question for Pastor Anderson.
Go for it.
So, Pastor Anderson, are you saying the conclusions mainstream scientists make about the age of the Earth is consistent with biblical creation? And if so, how does the worldwide flood fit into that? Because mainstream scientists obviously don't believe in the flood.
Thanks for your question. Go ahead.
Well, I would say that, those are kind of just two separate issues. When it comes to radiometric dating of igneous rocks, or when it comes to looking at things like astronomy and thinking about where the sun is at in its life cycle, where the moon is at, the craters on the moon and those kind of things, that's one issue. And then the issue of the global flood is another issue. And I do believe that there was, of course, a worldwide global flood, exactly as the Bible says. And I do believe that there are a lot of things that we could observe, possibly the Grand Canyon, right, that are explainable by the flood. But the problem that I see is that creation scientists tend to just say that everything is the flood. I mean, the moon, the rings of Saturn. I mean, you can't even make this stuff up. It's just like they have a button that's just flood, flood, flood. Everything's the flood, as if there were no, geographic features before the flood. I mean, before the flood in the Garden of Eden, you have talk about the rivers Tigris and Euphrates. The King James says Hiddekel and Euphrates rivers. And so, those are rivers that exist even after the flood. So, I don't think it's just so dramatically different after the flood. And when it comes to what mainstream science teaches, obviously, they don't believe in the biblical account of Noah's flood. I do. I'm not saying that they're right about everything. But I will say this, that I have heard secular geologists many times, and especially this is kind of the recent cutting edge thing in the last few years, they're starting to say that the Grand Canyon was formed by a catastrophic flood, whereas they used to say that it was slowly carved out from the Colorado River. In fact, right here in Phoenix, Arizona, there was a community college professor from...
So there were big shallow lakes, and the thought is that the original course of the Colorado River might have formed from flooding out of one of those lakes.
Well, that's
Nobody
what
says
Kent's been claiming
nobody.
for a long time.
No, Kent says the entire Grand Canyon was carved out by that post-flood flood. So he's saying
from one of the
all the
giant
layers.
lakes.
He's saying all the layers were laid down in the flood, and then a giant lake broke and carved out the entire canyon.
Right. Yeah.
What the idea is that perhaps the initial course of the Colorado River was set by flooding out of one of these shallow lakes, but it was just to mark the course. It wasn't to dig down deep into the rocks. That was due to the Colorado River itself over millions of years, as well as uplift of the Colorado Plateau. That's why you have the elevations at the rim like you do. It's because of uplift of the uplift of the Colorado Plateau. And Kent never mentions that uplift. He always says the whole thing formed during a post-flood flood. So I'm just adding that.
So let me
Well,
ask
the
a
thing I want
question for everybody in the panel. What do you think of when you hear the words global flood? What does that resonate in your mind? What do you think?
Who are you asking?
Everybody in the panel, whoever
It
wants
would
to
be
answer.
global.
Worldwide global flood, yeah.
So the planet Earth would be completely inundated with water. The entire
That's what it says.
Okay, so it says what it says, but there was no concept of a globe until what was it, Copernicus? These types of
You'd have to bring Achilles into this conversation.
No, well, bring him in.
Sure.
Bring him in. Fine, but there was no concept that the ground that which we stand on, which in the ancient time was called Earth, was this oblique spheroid floating through space. It was just, this is the plane in which we exist in. That's where we get a lot of these.
This goes back to our different hermeneutics. You're always looking at it from how did they look at it at that time when it was written, which is important, Mark. But also we have to look at how it is the word of God.
Let's replace globe.
Zip it, Lupin, when I'm talking.
Wait, hold on.
We have to
just replace it with world instead of globe.
No, even then it wouldn't. Even then it doesn't work. But the point,
right.
his point is his hermeneutics, the way that he approaches scripture is important and valid. But when you say all the high hills, all the mountains, okay, every living thing, I mean, these are things that it says.
Well, I'm not saying that there wasn't a flood that at one point covered the entirety of the earth. What I am saying is, how do you interpret it in the context of the only known land, the only known world, the only known earth that these ancients who wrote these scriptures understood? How can you interpret that and extrapolate it beyond what they knew?
All mountains, all hills, every living thing, all, like 100 times or something. It says it. But yeah, I agree. I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's
Well, I mean, yeah,
but again,
sure.
but I guess I'm like, the thing is where I just naturally push back on you is because I see it, the way that you approach scripture, and it just
it's important.
It's an important aspect, but it's not 100% though.
It doesn't
shouldn't always just be about how it was written then.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a global flood, because if an ancient
Interesting.
were to read these texts, say 200 years removed from when it was written, they would read it in the same context of the entirety of the world as they knew it was underwater. And that would be more of a regional or local flood, which we do have copious amounts of evidence for all around the world.
Well, so how is the water like above the mountains for, I don't know, however many days it was, 40? I mean, it's just, but then that's the challenge that I have is I agree with you.
The mountains of Israel are not very tall. They're really not. The 7 mountains around Jerusalem, they're not very tall.
But how does it stay there though, is my point. How could it stay that way?
How did
from this perspective?
The Great Pyramid of Giza survive?
No, I'm talking about the water. How does the water stay contained above the mountains and yet just in that local area?
Floods do
Also,
a lot of stuff. They can inundate large areas of land for long periods of time without completely flooding the entire globe. That's not uncommon.
What I'm saying is, how can you have a containment though? Because this is what you're arguing for, is a containment for that local area, and yet at the same time it be above the mountains.
Because they're low-lying lands.
So it's not referring to all the mountains. Therefore, that contradicts scripture.
No, it doesn't.
Your containment theory doesn't fit scripture.
I don't have a containment theory. That was your words, not mine.
But this is what you're describing. It could be for just that area.
I mean, regional, local, there's ample evidence for floods throughout history, throughout all of geography, but there is no evidence for a entirety of the planet Earth ever being inundated with water. That's just not there.
So you're not one. So you're a local flood area guy now?
I believe that when people wrote about the world in the 6th century BC, they had no idea that we were on a globe. They couldn't have known that.
Well, I'm just curious. Like, if I want to know your position now. Is that your position?
Beyond that, like, how could they know anything about what they don't know? Like, Australia, unknown. The Americas, unknown. In fact, it was called the New World when it was allegedly discovered by Columbus, but of course there were natives here already. But nonetheless, it was the New World. Like, these areas were not known to these people. So if they're writing and say the whole world, just like when the governor sent out for the whole world to be taxed, when Joseph and Mary had to go to Bethlehem to register, do you think he was calling for people in South America to come be taxed in Bethlehem? No. There's context to be considered here.
I just want to confirm your position. I want to hear you say it. So I'm going to use the term that you don't like, global, just because we're in the modern era. Do you believe in the global flood, Mark?
Not in the context that we think of the globe. No. I don't think.
All right. I got it. I understand what you're saying.
Earth,
okay.
Which, by the way, the name given to Earth was not given to it until the 8th century. Like these concepts were unknown to these people. They had no idea.
I understand.
So when they say things like Earth, they're referring to the ground beneath their feet. They're not referring to the planet. When they say things like the whole land, they're referring to what they know in their surroundings, in their contemporaries. They're not referring to things that they don't know about. That'd be like us talking about aliens. Like, yeah, sure, they might be out there, but we don't know. They're not going to write that, and that wouldn't be canonized scripture. That's not inspired if it's just guesses.
Yeah, you learn new things every day. I didn't see that coming. Got it. All right, man.
Sure.
From Glendale Community College, and he actually built a model in his yard where he actually created the Grand Canyon in a matter of seconds. You know, he set this thing up and flooded it with water and actually just created what looked like the shape of the Grand Canyon in a short period of time. And he was saying that it was caused by a catastrophic flood. Many geologists, secular geologists, are starting to say, hey, this was formed by a catastrophic flood. Now, you know, they might say that it's millions of years ago or something. Obviously, we know that the flood happened, you know, approximately 4,700 years ago. So I do think that the flood explains a lot of you know, layers of sediment. Of course, layers of sediment would be deposited. Fossils are in those layers. Many of those things can be explained by the flood. There's no argument there. But the problem I have, though, is just saying that, hey, literally everything is explained by the flood. I think that people just go a little crazy with the flood having just created every single feature that we see, as if the earth had no features before the flood. You know, if you already had rivers and things, and even some of the same rivers before and after the flood, then no, I don't believe in this super dramatic overhaul remodel of the planet.
Dr. Hovind, do you have any comments on that?
Well, yeah, the Bible clearly says when God made the earth, it was under water. And then later he said, on the day 3, let the dry land appear. So I think the land came up, the water would run off and form rivers. Tigris and Euphrates, a good example. They're mentioned in the early chapters of the Bible. And so that does not mean that's the same river that's there today by those names. I think after Noah got off the ark, they would reuse those names. So it might be somewhere 1,000 miles away. You don't know that it's the same river. It's got the same name. It doesn't mean it's the same river, but it's a minor point. It's not worth arguing about. So yeah, the Bible says God made the earth under water, and then on day 3 he said, let the dry land appear. So apparently the crust lifted up and the water would run off into pockets. And it says there were seas. The Bible says in Isaiah that God formed the earth to be inhabited. That's why he made it, to be inhabited. Well, today, 70% of it's underwater. 10% is under ice caps. 10% is under deserts. A whole bunch is mountains. Somewhere around 3 to 5% is all that's habitable. What we're seeing is a junkyard compared to what Adam and Eve saw. God made a perfect world designed to be inhabited. You could live from the North Pole to the South Pole. Perfect weather all the time. We're coming up on equinox where it's exactly 12 hours of daylight every place on Earth. I think it was probably that way all along. And because of maybe the flood and the redistribution of the mass of the rock settling in and the water coming up, I don't know, the earth wobbled for a while and now it's tilted over 23.5 degrees. That's just a theory. Couldn't prove it, and I sure wouldn't fight over it. But it's an explanation for why do we have so much of the earth today is simply not habitable when God made it to be inhabited. And all these dating methods, atheists even agree, you get wild numbers. They took lava from Mount Etna in Sicily. They knew when it erupted. But with potassium argon dating, it gave an age of a quarter of a million years. And they knew it wasn't right. They get all kinds of wild numbers that they know aren't right. So I don't think it's worth giving them any ground on all the dating methods are follow the assumption, you know how much was in it, you know it's always decayed at the same rate, you know it's been never been contaminated. None of those could be demonstrated in an honest court of law. I don't think it's worth compromising with them. If you want to, fine, but I disagree. And I guess I'm dying to ask the question, Brother Anderson, you seem angry. Are you happy? I'm happy.
That just seems like projection to me, because Kent's the one that's been agitated. Kent's the one that's been riled up, just because his positions have been criticized. I mean, I don't want to put another disclaimer because I think we all understand how I feel about Stephen, but in this debate, in the context of what's been brought up here, he's been the one that's been calm, cool, and collected and presenting facts. Kent Hovind has been the one that's been getting agitated. And
is that debate again?
Really?
You just can't do it, can you?
Again, you conceded it turned into a debate. That's what we're dealing with now. Who cares what the intent was? That's what we're
that it
dealing
wasn't
with now.
a debate. I'm just saying, you just can't do it, can you? It's amazing.
Are these two men arguing?
Sorry, my baby's mama's not making it home in time. Sorry.
I understand. I'm not.
You don't have to
yelling at
apologize for your baby, B-Town.
No,
It's good. Your baby can do whatever she needs
Absolutely.
to.
Let her yell at me.
She's making more sense than all of us.
Mark, it was not a local flood. You guys nuts. All the mountains, Mark. Every living thing. Actually, that's quieting her down. Hey, what?
Oh, I missed that. It's been a while since I've had a crying baby. 9 years, actually. Yeah.
What do you mean? Lupin was just on.
It'd be nice if we could just.
Oh. Oh my goodness, that was low. Good one, BBM.
Just stick to the issues and for you to stop feeling like you have to criticize me personally or talk about my state of mind. I'm one of the happiest people that you'll ever meet.
Okay.
Well, I do contend with the idea that the Earth now is not perfect because I think that Texas is perfect. So, I definitely love the promised land here in Texas, and you guys are both not necessarily there. But I do think Ben has a question that I want to jump over here and tackle for a second. And, from my perspective, I'm just enjoying the conversation. Because
real quick, before we get to Ben's question, do you mind if I just have a real quick response to something that he mentioned?
I will go to that. I want to tell our audience that we've had over 400 people watching. You can still comment. We might still get to a few more questions here. Thanks so much for tuning in. We're on Rumble. We're on YouTube. You can check out Dr. Dino and all of his channels. You can check out Pastor Anderson, Faithful Word Baptist Church. I think they've been streaming on Rumble now. And I'm going to let you comment, and then we're going to go to Ben's question here.
I just wanted to briefly comment on the concept of that supposedly before the flood, that the earth was not mainly covered in water, that it was mainly dry land or something like that. Because, the Bible says that the gathering together of the water called he seas. And it says, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together into one place and let the dry land appear. And obviously, if we look at a globe, we see that, all of the oceans are connected. We name them as separate oceans, but that's really the gathering together of the water into one place. So I don't think that the earth was dry land with just individual seas, but that rather, as the plain reading of the text says, that it was one gathering together of water, just like we see today. I think it got flooded, the flood water receded, and there are some things that we could point to, like the Grand Canyon, that are formed by a catastrophic flood. But no, I do not believe that the earth looked dramatically different before the flood.
Ben, what is your question you wanted to go to here?
Well, it's a question that I saw in the chat room earlier tonight. And basically, it's one of the major contentions that I've seen from people when they're disagreeing with the apparent age doctrine, the way that that Pastor Anderson, the way you apply it. And this is what people say, is they go, well, this seems to make God deceptive. What's your response to this argument that people make in opposition of the apparent age doctrine?
Well, the first thing I would say is that God's certainly not being deceptive because he just flat out told us that he created the earth in 6 days. So it's not like we have to look around to figure out where we came from. He has told us where we came from. And so, if God said to me, hey, I just created Adam yesterday, I wouldn't say, hey, you're being deceptive because he looks 30. No, he just told me the fact. But secondly, I would say this is that, the Bible does say that in the end times, God will send people a strong delusion so that they will believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. And so is God one who never sends people a strong delusion that they would believe a lie? Well, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 says otherwise. So I don't think that God is up in heaven worried, oh man, I'm afraid people are going to get the wrong idea. At the end of the day, he has spoken the truth to us in his word. We have to have faith in his word. Through faith, we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God. And so, God has not deceived us.
And one thing I want to add very quickly to what you said, Pastor Anderson, and what I find to be appealing about this position is that it requires faith. And what I mean by that is I don't necessarily have to memorize scientific creation science talking points in order to defend the scripture, but rather I can simply state, I have faith in what the Bible says about creation. And when it comes to some scientific data that appears to conflict, then I can respond by simply saying, well, God made it look old. My point is that I feel like it appeals more to faith than the other side in my estimation.
Well, I want to give Dr. Hovind a chance to respond to this because I get the essence of the deceptive question. They kind of, and again, I've heard a lot of the deception in regards to God like planting fossils into the ground or something like that. I think that's absurd. I don't think anybody here would subscribe to that. But we did bring up craters on the moon. And I think some people would say that sounds deceptive. But at the same time, I'm thinking, well, the starlight distance problem, if it's really taking billions of years for light to get to the Earth for an earthbound observer to view it, then you just have to accept that everything has some level of maturity. But I guess the question is impact craters on day 4, is that deceptive? Or do you think applying some of these techniques is deceptive anyway, Dr. Hovind?
I guess to me it looks deceptive. I've never heard anybody make that argument. I'm surprised Brother Anderson did. If he believes it, that's fine. But to me, I think God made a perfect moon, and it got wrecked either by stuff coming off the Earth or by stuff that's out in space flying around. A planet collides with something else. I don't know. Maybe a star exploded and the fragments were flying in. I think it was overreaction to my theory that maybe the stuff came from the Earth, and I still hold to that. As far as the stars being deceptive, no. There's a real simple scientific answer. First place, we do not know the distance to those stars. You cannot measure beyond. Let's say if you use parallax trigonometry or starlight, which I cover video number 7 for an hour, probably on just about stars. How that they do not show billions of years. We see them blowing up, not forming. We see them burning out their fuel. Where's the fuel coming from? We see the light from the stars can only be measured not millions of light years away. And with parallax trigonometry, I don't want to spend all time on that, but we see the stars are moving away. I agree. The stars appear because of the red shift. That's the only logical explanation for why we get a red shift with the stars moving away. But that 17 times in the Bible, God said he stretched out the heavens. He's not being deceptive. Cover all this. I'll get all the verses here. To find the distance to a star from Earth with Earth's little orbit around the sun, 16 light minutes, is silly to say you can measure billions of light years using any kind of parallax trigonometry. I'll cover that in great detail if you'd like. But I'll get the verses about stretching of the heavens. God told us 17 times. I think that's enough to get the message. He stretched out the heavens. I think he made the Earth first, like it says, on day 1. And then on day 4, he made the sun, moon, and stars. And he stretched the stars out into place. And they're still receding. And we're still seeing the taillights of those stars as they move away. So it does not prove they're billions of light years away. It proved God's word is true. He stretched out the heavens, like he said. You cannot measure those great distances. I defy anybody to show me how you measured that scientifically, these billions of light years. It cannot be done. Okay? Plus, we don't know the speed of light's always been the same. There's a lot of evidence light has been able to slow light down and speed light up. That's what a prism does. It breaks it up into colors by slowing it down going through glass. So
just for a second.
I think there's overwhelming evidence that we don't know the speed of light. It has always been the same. We don't know the distance to the stars. And I see no reason to compromise anything what the Bible says.
I just wanted to say, sorry, Screaming Baby and Mr. Anderson. You see what it brings out of P-Town. I apologize. I guess I get a little contentious.
You're fine. Don't worry. No, we're just hanging out. No contention here. I'm gonna let this play at 1.5 speed just to get it over with. We're coming up on 5 hours of a stream, so I'm sure Gangster's ready to go. I'm about there, but about 20 more minutes left. If you can hang in there, unless you want to go ahead and shut it down now, it's up to you, Gangster.
What do you think? What's good for you, Mark?
No, it doesn't matter to me. It's what's good for you.
We can shut it down now if you want. Would that be okay with
me then? All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us. This has been quite a fun stream. B-Town, thanks for coming in. Lupin, personally, I'd like to thank you for joining and being civil. That was good stuff. I do. You've earned some brownie points in my book. So, Anyway,
What happened? Why did he leave?
Lupin, I'm sure he got busy.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it, but yeah, he came in. He was respectful. He had good conversation, and yeah, sure, that's good stuff. He didn't tell me.
Oh,
to
yeah, I
suck
should
hard
apologize
sex at the time,
to Lupin too for telling him to zip it while I'm talking.
No, all right.
Sorry, Lupin.
Well, again, thanks everybody for joining. Thanks, chat, for hanging out. It's been a good one. Take care.